Welcome to another edition of the Digenet Podcast. Once again, I'm Armand.
It's your boy Raylo, man. What's up?
Tatum over here.
There we go. And I've walked into a conversation about Absolute Batman.
We was talking about comic books. Quentin said he went and where did you go? You went to a comic book signing for some black comic book writers.
Independent comic book writers.
Yeah, independent comic book writers. And me, I'm not. I mean, like I'll go support anything black. I'll just keep it 100 with you. But when it comes to comic books, I'm so mainstream. Like I don't get deep into it, but I watch comic book creators. Like my favorite comic book creator is the Rob Core, Rob from Comics Explained on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And he reacts to every comic that comes out.
Yeah, but he's a comic
And
book creator.
he's a comic book review site, if I'll say that, or
Oh,
comic
so he's
review channel.
he's a content creator who creates content about comic books.
He reviews comic book
Okay,
content.
so
Yeah,
because when you say a comic book creator, I think of for example, Bill Sienkiewicz.
or the people that Quentin is talking about.
Or yeah, there's independents, but like Bill Sienkiewicz or what's his name, Miller,
Yeah,
Frank Miller. Frank Miller's the creator of the.
the Killing Joke.
I'm not sure if he did Killing Joke. Well, I've got it. I've actually got a hard copy of that in the box over there. But
Yeah.
he did the Batman Year One. He did the Dark Knight Returns.
Uh huh.
He did Sin City.
Yeah.
He did 300. The movie 300
Okay.
is
Yeah.
based on a Frank Miller comic.
Did you do the Watchmen?
No, the Watchmen is the Watchmen is written. Oh, this is I hate myself. The Watchmen is written by I can't remember who it's written by. Very famous writer. That drawing style is not Frank Miller.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about because that's the guy I know. Because he did the Killing Joke. The one who did the Watchmen did the Killing Joke.
Okay. The first guy I mentioned, Bill Sienkiewicz, or Bill, I don't know
Uh,
how that's pronounced. He got real famous in the '80s, doing some X-Men. He mostly drew,
uh,
so he had some really outrageous visuals. So there was a. Do you guys remember Elektra, the character Elektra? She was in Daredevil. She's
yeah,
Daredevil's girlfriend. Turns out, but she's a badass ninja, right?
yeah.
So Elektra had a limited series called Elektra Assassin,
Hmm.
and the artwork on Elektra Assassin is Bill Sienkiewicz, and it is very, very that's his drawing style. He has very unique looking style. It's really chaotic looking. It's pretty cool. So,
Hmm.
so when you say comic book creator, that's what I think of as somebody.
Yeah, I'm using the wrong phrase. He's a comic book review site, review channel.
So
I'm
he's a
sorry.
content creator whose focus is comic books.
Yeah, it's comic book,
There you
and he
go.
reviews like the major comics that come out. And the one that I watch, like I don't watch nothing else, but I will watch anytime he talks about the Absolute Universe of DC. Absolute Universe, I think his name is Scott Snyder. Scott Snyder is doing an Absolute Universe where pretty much it's like the premise of the story is that Darkseid creates a whole new universe and redoes the whole entire universe of DC. And we're redoing this universe. There's new like interpretations and new storylines with like with everybody. So like I was telling him like Absolute Batman is like my favorite. Absolute Batman, he's everything is flipped. So Batman, he grows up a working class person. He's a construction worker, and I think the Joker is like the richest man in the world.
Okay.
So it's flipped, and
So
it's like
the Joker is Elon Musk,
kind of yeah, kind of like
which is
Elon Musk.
actually true. Elon Musk is
Uh,
the Joker,
All right.
yeah,
All right.
or he's a Joker.
yeah.
Um, okay.
Hey, Joker.
Here's the question, okay, before you go on. This is my first thought. Okay, so this is my first time hearing about this. Okay.
Mm,
Um, Batman, of course, he's known for his skills, both intellectual and physical, right?
yeah,
But he's also he's able to do a lot of stuff he does because of all that money he's got behind him.
Right.
Right. So how does this version of Batman operate?
This version of Batman operates like he's a construction worker and he uses like his engineering skills to create some of the things that he has. So like the Batmobile is like a huge bulldozer, you know? He has like a battle axe that he uses. Like this Batman, like he hasn't necessarily killed anybody yet. Well, he has killed people in this movie, in this universe, but he's way more like it's more where the Batman that we know is more brain. This one is more brawn. Like it's more like he's way more menacing. He's 6'5". He's really, 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 really big and
Well, that's the
stocky.
thing. This Batman is supposed to. So this, and it's funny. The reason why Batman castings are so contentious is because of
Yeah,
what the character's supposed to be. All the comic book fans look at Batman castings and they all get pissed, right? Because
yeah,
it's like, how can that guy be Batman? And I admit that I was one of those guys. When Michael
uh,
Keaton was first cast as Batman, I flipped. I mean, like, okay, like you were saying earlier, you Batman, you're a big Batman fan, and so am I, right? I've
hmm,
got a lot of Batman. Okay, so when I was younger, I collected comics, and I collected a
uh,
lot of Batman comics. I have a lot of that stuff. And
yeah,
Batman is a menacing. He's okay. So Batman is supposed to. It kind of varies. He's anywhere between 6'3" to 6'6". Okay, he's a
hmm,
big, and the way he's described, he is the pinnacle of what a human being can do. Like physically, he is
yeah,
trained to the utmost. Okay, so he's gifted with incredible genetics. So
uh,
genetically, I mean, like if he wanted to be a pro athlete, he could have been a pro athlete in anything,
yeah,
right? Because he's not only got that massive size, but he's got incredible speed, especially for the size, and
right,
tremendous coordination,
right,
right? Combined with like an incredible intellect, all those things together. So you've got imagine like basically physically he's Ivan Drago from Rocky. What is that 4? Is that 4?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, he's physically Ivan Drago from Rocky 4, right?
mhm,
Combined with the actual intellect of like real life Sylvester Stallone, because Stallone is actually an incredibly bright man. You know,
right,
he wrote Rocky, right?
right.
And he's an incredible businessman. I mean, like he is really. I mean, mentally, he's top
He's a
notch.
guy. Yeah, I get it.
So imagine combining Ivan Drago's character's physicality with Stallone's actual brain, and then some, right?
Yeah.
And then all the physical skill of the world's most gifted athlete, and
Mm.
you got Batman.
Yeah, I think like it. This one's kind of stays true to that. Like this Batman is he's like you said. I think he's 6'5", really built. You know what I'm saying? And like he's menacing when you look at him. And but this universe is more built on like I don't know, like how I said it was flipped. You know what I'm saying? Like the right now where they're at, like he's already beat Bane. Where like Bane was his first like well, I mean he had other like I would say like other
Arch nemesis.
arch nemesis. Like okay, this is another flip. The usual arch nemesis, like the Penguin, Two Face, what is it, Catwoman, the Riddler, are actually his friends in this movie. I mean,
Okay.
in this comic book. But Bane, like, because he didn't know a lot about Bane. Like, pretty much it's like Bane is like pretty much like a henchman of the Joker. And the henchman, like
Okay.
the Joker pretty much is like, yo, Batman out there, I'm gonna send Bane. He sends Bane, and Bane pretty much like instead of like pretty much like okay, Alfred. Alfred came into the series too. Alfred is different. Alfred is a mercenary, and he finds out about Batman, right?
Okay.
Because he's tracking down the Joker. So he runs into Batman because they had like it was pretty much like a series where he was dealing with this group called the Party Animals, which are like henchmen of the Joker.
Okay.
So that's when he runs into Alfred, right? When he runs into Alfred, right, they get past the party animal situation. Alfred is telling him about Bane, but he don't know that much about Bane. And pretty much Alfred tells him like, look, this guy is gonna do things that you're not ready for. You know what I'm saying? And pretty much what Bane does, he goes after Batman's friends. You know what I'm saying? So he pretty much like, okay, like the Penguin, I forgot his real name, Oz Cobblepot.
Yeah,
He
Oswald
crushed
Cobblepot.
it.
Oz. Okay.
Yeah, he gets to Oswald and crushes him, and like pretty much Bane is like this superhuman. You know, he's always been like this big superhuman person, but he's extra out in the comic book, and he gets a hold of Oswald Cobblepot and crushes him, like literally, and turns him into a smaller person, pretty much.
Okay.
And that's how he becomes the Penguin.
Okay.
The Riddler, like, and we haven't even got to when they like right now they're still friends, kind of, because like the last issue, pretty much is like Bruce showing up while they're in the hospital. So like he did something to Harvey Dent to where now Harvey Dent is Two-Face because he had encountered Bane. So now he Two-Face.
Okay.
You see,
so is this series relatively new?
it's married to like I'll say it's like over a year.
Okay, but it
About
is
a
pretty
year.
new. Okay, because
Yeah.
I've been out of the comic book world for a long time. I mean, like my tenuous connection to the comic book world is movies,
Yeah.
like movies based on comics, right?
Mhm.
And what I know about the characters is kind of like outdated knowledge because it's all stuff
Yeah.
that I remember from like the early '90s and before. Because I stopped collecting
Mhm.
comics in I trailed off on comic collecting in the early '90s. Bought a
Mhm.
bought a book here and there. I knew people in the industry, so I have a bunch of signed comics from independent producers. There was
Mhm.
a comic book company called Oni Press, running out of Washington for a while when I lived in Washington,
Mhm.
and I knew I was really good friends with one of the letterers, and so all the books that he did work on lettering, he got me signed first run editions,
Wow.
signed by the illustrators, the writers, and by him.
Mhm.
Um, and so I've got a couple really cool things here, but that's what I've actually got a Jay and Silent Bob comic signed by
Like
Jay
Kevin
and
Smith.
Silent Bob and by Scott. He's the letterer, and I
Yeah.
think the artist signed it too. So yeah,
Wow.
Oni Press was this is the mid '90s, early mid 96, 97. And so at that time, Oni Press was a really strong independent comic, and what's his name, Kevin Smith is really into comics. He has a
Right.
comic book store, Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. He has a comic.
Mhm.
Actually, it was a series of comic book stores. He even had a TV show on, I forgot what network. It was called Comic Book Men, where it was the guys who worked in his stores. They had a whole reality series about these guys.
Hmm.
And so Kevin Smith was publishing Jay and Silent Bob through Oni Press.
Mm.
And so that's why I got to know these guys. Um,
Uh,
and so, I mean, but I trailed off after that. And so when I look at some of these characters, I mean, some of the, okay, so Raymond, are you getting more into comics now as an adult, or were you into them more? Were you always into them?
I was never into them. Like I remember I tried to go because I remember it was a big comic book store over here in like the Hawthorne area, and never really got into it. I could never really collect comics. That wasn't my thing. But I watched, like, of course, like during when I came up, we had the cartoons, the good cartoons, like the Batman animated series, which is like to me, it's still classic. It's nothing better than that
It is.
Batman animated
I mean,
series.
like any time where you have Luke Skywalker voicing the Joker, it's
Yeah,
it's
like
classic stuff. I mean, like you can't
that
beat it.
we had that. I'm like the Superman show came out, which wasn't as good and it didn't last as
Which one are you
long, but we
talking
had
about?
that.
Which one are you talking
Huh?
about? The one with the Lois and Clark, the New Adventures, with
No,
the
no, no.
the
That was
one
I
with
think that was a live
the one
action,
with
wasn't
Dean
it?
Kane. Oh, you're talking about the animated one.
The cartoon. I'm like
Okay,
I came up with the cartoons. I didn't read the books. I
okay.
I had the cartoons. Later on we got the movies
Now, what's
because
crazy
like
is this? Okay, so as an adult now, so of course Quentin is an artist, and I'm assuming you're into comic books from an early age. We look at the origins. I mean, if you look back at comic books, right, the characters and their origins, right. Sometimes the origin stories are either crazy simplistic, incredibly convoluted, or just plain nuts. Right? I mean, think about it. Okay, let's look at some of these characters, right? Okay, so let's talk, and also, I mean, look at some of their powers, right? The Joker is just psychotic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all he is. He's just extremely psychotic.
Right.
And the crazy thing about him is that for the most part, he's not even highly intelligent.
No.
He just does stuff, and everybody like stands their open mouth, like, what the hell's going on? As this dude dressed as a clown does crazy stuff, right? And gets lucky all the time, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Only later on that they decided that they made him a criminal mastermind. But for the most part, in the beginning, he was just some dude in clown makeup.
Right.
Somebody with a psychotic break. Okay. I mean, just look at some of these. What are the other characters? Bane, right? Bane's superpower is steroids.
Right. A super steroid, pretty much.
Superpower is steroids. Now that's oversimplifying it. The thing he takes is called venom, right?
Right.
And that's why Bane has all those tubes running and just directly injected into him, right? And there's a pack somewhere that regulates it. And Venom does more than just boost your strength. I mean, he's more than just strong. Venom changes you like on a molecular genetic level. He physically gets larger. Why is that note taker popping up? Hold on, let me get rid of that.
Yeah, what is a note taker? That's random.
There you go. So Bane actually grows larger. Bane's like the Hulk. Like, he's a controlled version of the Hulk. He gets bigger. He actually gets larger. Not just more muscular. He grows taller, right?
Right.
So that's Bane. But I'm trying to remember what the other, like, for example, okay, Robin. There's different versions of Robin, right? They've gone through several Robins. Okay, the Graysons, Dick Grayson. Okay, character created at a time where Dick was a normal name.
Right.
Okay, you got to realize how old that is. Let's call him Dick. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson. Do you know how Batman got him?
Well, I mean, I know he was an orphan, but he always
purpose,
do you know why he was an orphan? So the mob was putting pressure on a circus.
Yeah.
And there was a group of performers, the trapeze and aerial artists. They were called the Flying Graysons.
Yeah, I remember the Flying Graysons.
So the mob basically sabotaged the gear, and the Flying Graysons all fell to their deaths.
Right.
Only leaving Dick alive, and Bruce Wayne took him in as his ward. And of course, that comic book was created at a time when a rich young single playboy could adopt a young boy.
Right. He did adopt him. Yeah. Because Batman was.
I'll take him in. He can be.
Yeah, because Batman was an orphan also, and he was in his orphanage, wasn't he?
No, Batman was an orphan, but he was. Remember, he
was still rich.
Remember, his parents were killed in front of him, and Alfred raised him.
Right.
So he never was in an orphanage.
Right.
He was raised.
But he started an orphanage, didn't he?
Probably.
Yeah, it was something like he started. He had an orphanage, or he always had a connection to the orphanage.
Oh, wait a second. In the comic book series, there is a nun that runs an orphanage that he donates to, and I forget the nun's name. There's all these crazy backstories. So now we're going to talk about these weird versions of Batman. So Batman has, I just saw something ridiculous. It's on HBO. So DC, HBO Max is the home of DC.
It's home of DC, yeah.
Okay.
I watched the Batman this weekend.
Dude,
that's why I'm kind of
it's
weird that we're talking about
Batman Azteca.
Huh?
So
No.
I've always loved that they have these alternate versions of Batman. Okay, so there's a thing they call it. What do they call it? Like Elseworlds or something like that, where I think it's cool that they take the characters and put them in different settings,
Yeah.
right? So they took like one of my favorite ones was a book, and I have a copy here called Gotham by Gaslight. It's a reimagined version of Batman that sets Batman in the late 1800s during the time of Jack the Ripper. So Bruce Wayne, same story. He's orphaned. His parents gunned down in front of him. Super rich, and his father was a medic in the Civil War. And Bruce
Mm.
Wayne is not coming back to America after having spent years touring Europe. He's a rich young playboy touring Europe, but what he really was doing was learning from some of the best. So while he was in Europe, he studied psychology under Sigmund Freud.
Oh, wow.
And he runs across his father's old friend on a ship coming back across the Atlantic. And he's going back to Gotham. And he goes there and he launches his career as the Batman. Right? But it's 1881 or something like that. Jack the
Mm.
Ripper is no longer, Jack the Ripper's crimes have just stopped in London. So remember, Jack the Ripper just stopped. It just suddenly, one day,
Disappeared.
it just stopped.
Yeah.
So this is what happens in this series. Jack the Ripper ends up going to America and starts his crimes up in Gotham.
Yeah.
So Batman ends up fighting Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
And so yeah, so it's kind of cool. It's called Gotham by Gaslight. It's the Bruce Wayne story as Batman set in Victorian times.
The absolute universe takes a play off of that. The Joker is supposedly like immortal. And he like they pretty much they made like a
Immortal.
cross as if he was like, yeah,
Wait,
like
is the Joker Ra's al Ghul?
he's not Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul is in absolute Superman. And Ra's al Ghul and Superman, like where they're at right now, is like they just had a battle. Ra's al Ghul pulled up to Smallville to battle Superman, and Ra's al Ghul loses, and they imprison Ra's al Ghul.
Okay, because normally in that there's a few things that can make somebody immortal in DC,
Yeah,
and one of them is a Lazarus pit.
yeah, it's something like they haven't fully explained it yet because like the Joker is still like I don't know how to like the Joker is still like a mystery. Like he exists, you've seen him, and like they pretty much call him the man that doesn't laugh. Like the like I just saying it to Quentin, right? In this part, right? In the absolute universe, the Justice League is the villains. So they have like in the Justice League comic, they had their first meeting. And it's the Joker, Ra's al Ghul, the villain from the Green Lantern. I think it was I forgot his name.
Well, the yellow guy,
Uh, huh?
he's
The what?
Sinestro.
Not Sinestro. It's another one. It's two women like Isabel Fawn from The Flash,
Okay,
and it's another woman. Right? They're all meeting. Right? And the Joker stands up and he starts talking. And he was like, I found pretty like he found like a molecule that like pretty much like he's discovering what dark side really is. And they're like, yo, you're joking. And Ra's al Ghul stops him. He was like, he doesn't joke, he doesn't laugh. Like, and I'm like, dang, it's like real serious, where it's like he don't joke. And
wow.
like that's pretty much like the overall premise with the Joker. He's the man who doesn't laugh.
Wait, so does he still look like a clown?
He's very, very pale. That's just how they leave it as.
Okay,
Like they don't even call him the Joker. He's just the man who doesn't laugh.
okay.
Like
Strange setup.
like and I think
I'm interested in looking at this now. So it's
yeah, it like I honestly, if you go to Comics Explain, the YouTube channel, and I'm gonna shout out Rob because I really like Rob. Like I've even got it to where there's other people who cover these comics. I only listen to Rob.
Wait,
I'm not
are
listening to
these
nobody else.
are these printed comics or are they web comics?
They're printed comics, but I'm pretty sure there's a download because they're showing the comic,
Hmm.
and they're not going really word for word. It's like explanation, but they're explaining what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, because
That's pretty much like,
comics are in trouble now. I mean,
huh?
it's comics are in trouble. It's hard. The comic book companies and printed comics are having a difficulty making money.
Right.
They're having difficulty making money, and so Warner Brothers doing these adaptations, right? So Warner Brothers has done a cartoon adaptation of Gotham by Gaslight.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I watched it, and it was okay. It wasn't as good as the comic book, but it was okay.
Uh-huh.
Um, so I suggest you watch this other one though. Okay,
Which one?
this adaptation of Batman it's a Warner Brothers
The
animated.
Azteca?
What's that?
The Azteca one?
What?
The Azteca one that you were just talking about?
No, I haven't seen that yet, and I don't think I want to because it's weird, dude. They set Batman in Aztec times,
No, you know what? No one I
and he's
did
got the
see.
costume and everything. It's like he's Batman except kind of like
Aztec
an
Warrior.
oversized.
No, you know which one I watched? That was actually like, I ain't gonna say it was good, but they made two of them. Is Ninja Batman,
I've
where
seen
they
that too partially. I haven't watched the whole thing because I think I fell asleep and I woke up and there was like a robot.
it
Like it
might
was
have
like
been.
Voltron. You know how Voltron
Oh
like
yeah, 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 yeah.
there was a robot, right?
It was a robot.
Okay, so
Like they turned like,
Ninja
yeah,
Batman is set in feudal Japan.
yes,
And
yes,
somehow they have like this robot using 18 something technology.
yes,
That kind of threw me.
yeah.
But
I watched it and it was like the animation and everything. It was cool. Like it was just
it's
different.
weird, but I mean, so this conversation is going to go all over the place because we're going to go back and forth. But so Ninja Batman was weird. There is Flashpoint Batman. So
Hmm.
Flashpoint is this whole series of stories that happened when the Flash screwed everything up and reversed time to try to prevent the world from end. Like Darkseid destroyed everything, and Flash tries to turn back time, and everything gets jacked up. And so there's multi. He creates multiple universes, right?
Right.
And Flashpoint Batman is this version of Batman that's heavily armored and uses guns. Okay, like
Yeah.
Batman is not a gun guy, right? But
No.
Flashpoint Batman not only uses guns, he specializes them. He's John Wick. He does 45s akimbo, two pistols, and he's constantly reloading. He's crazy. So there's
Yeah.
Flashpoint Batman. Okay, but the one that I want to turn you guys on to is this. It's not even called Batman. Okay, it's called, I think, The Doom That Came to Gotham. It combines two of my favorite things. It combines the the Batman um, mythos with the
Mm.
Cthulhu mythos.
Wow.
So it's set in Cthulhu time. So it's set in the early 1900s, and
Mm.
Bruce Wayne is a rich playboy who's out doing his thing, right? And he does an expedition to Antarctica to find, I forget, I don't want to spoil it for you, but basically it's Cthulhu. It's Cthulhu
That one
except
only film?
what?
Is that one film or is that print?
No, it's a Warner Brothers animated movie. Got to check it out. It's on HBO Max. It's definitely worth watching. The Doom That Came to Gotham. So just imagine Cthulhu combined with Batman. And
Yeah.
there are no supervillains. There is a Cobblepot's in it. Oswald Cobblepot is in it. Okay.
Mm.
Um, Green Arrow's in it.
Mm.
Oliver Queen, and
Yeah.
Oliver Queen is an old buddy of Batman's. They're both rich guys together, right?
Yeah.
Oliver Queen's there. Ra's al Ghul is there.
Yeah.
Talia is also there.
Talia al Ghul. Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
the whole crew is there, except it's like 1920, and it's like it's as if Batman was written by H.P. Lovecraft. and it's a cool story. I mean, like I don't want to tell you anything more about it, but it's worth watching.
Yeah,
The
I
guy that
think
came to
like
Gotham.
yeah, I like honestly like I don't know. That's why I was telling Quentin like I never knew that they always had like different reiterations of the story. That's like I mean I got it, but really watching the because with the absolute universe and what I'm seeing right, and that's why I'm promoting the guy Rob from Comics Explained. He always references because he's a comic book guy. He's going to reference where some of these references come from. You know what I'm saying? Like I think like you were just talking about the Green Arrow, right? The Green Arrow was killed already in the in the absolute universe. He was killed by Hawkman.
Oh,
Like yeah, he was killed by Hawkman in the Justice League comic.
okay.
You know, but he always references stuff. Like right now, the last issue was a crossover between Wonder Woman and Batman, where Batman like summons Wonder Woman, right? And I guess it's something about Heke. Some I don't know. I've never heard of this term, right?
Hecate.
And
I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Is it pronounced Hecate or Hecate? Okay,
yeah, something like that.
Hecate is what the Wiccans worship. Okay, I'm going to get this wrong. Hecate is she is the they call her the 3-in-1. It's
Uh
funny
huh.
in the Philippines we have these mixed coffees like you can buy a sachet and it's called 3-in-1, right? Where
Yeah.
it's coffee, cream, and sweetener combined in a sachet, right?
Hmm.
But the 3-in-1 is the okay. So it's the same person at three times in their lives. It's
Hmm.
it's Mother Maiden Crone.
Uh,
So imagine a woman at 16. That's
right.
maiden. And then imagine the same woman at 30 something. Or actually in ancient times imagine a woman at 12 and then at
Hmm.
18 and then at 40
Hmm.
because people died that's Mother Maiden Crone, a person in the three stages of life,
Right.
right? That's Hecate. She's
Uh,
all three at once at the same time. And she appears as three people, sometimes changing. So
yeah.
she's a witch in many ways.
Yeah. That it's some like I can't truly remember it because I mean it just came out, but it's something like where it's like a talisman that she gave Batman in a previous episode, a previous comic, where he uses it to summon her
Okay.
because he's trying to find like pretty much okay, Killer Croc. Killer Croc is actually like a friend of his, right? And pretty much the Joker gets hold of Killer Croc because remember they instead of going after Batman, they go after his
His
friends.
friends. Okay.
All of these guys were his friends originally, right? They turned Killer Croc into the monster, right? So he's trying to find like something to where he can heal Killer Croc. So he summons Wonder Woman, and Wonder Woman has her own absolute comics too, and pretty much like she's like he summons her and they go to her like the underworld, I guess Hades or whatever they
Yeah,
call it.
Hades.
They go to Hades to try to search for whatever it is to turn Killer Croc back. And then even in that, like like, and that's what I was saying. Like, he's not the smartest person in the world. Well, I ain't gonna say like he's not the smartest person in the world. Where Batman's always been the smartest person in the room
Yeah,
every
yeah.
every series. It's one scene where there's like she's explaining magic to him, but he has to stop. He was like, okay, define magic, because remember, he's a construction worker. The next
Yeah.
thing you know, he's meeting Wonder Woman, and he's like, okay, what do you mean the underworld? What do you mean magic? What do you mean you're a witch? You know what I'm saying? Like she has to explain all of this to him. But I mean, I don't know. I just think that one is the absolute universe. And I could be wrong. There's probably people who are like, nah, this thing's better than it. And I get it. But right now, for me, absolute universe, anytime I see anything with absolute, even like they just had the issue of the absolute flash. The absolute flash is the shit. because it's not with Barry. I guess his name Barry Allen.
Yeah.
It's not Barry Allen. It's Wally. Wally.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
forgot.
So Wally West.
Wally West.
Okay. See, remember he has been a Flash. Okay. So the Flash is a group of superpowered people they call speedsters.
Yes.
Okay. They use. It's another weird thing. They have this thing called the Speed Force that they tap into to get their power.
Right.
And the Speed Force is something supernatural, it turns out.
Mm-hmm.
And so Wally West, he has a name. His character actually he's a speedster.
He's supposed to be a Reverse Flash.
Okay, Reverse Flash has existed before. Reverse Flash, I forgot who it was again. Okay, so here's the thing. These creators, they just take characters and flip them around and make them.
Yeah,
it's safer than trying to create new characters.
It is.
They're working in an existing universe.
Yeah.
Right. So there's fans of that universe who will take a look at it versus trying to. So there are what was that comic book? So the early 80s saw a huge explosion of independent comic companies. Oni Press being one of them. Another one was First Comics. So a whole bunch of things came out. There's a box like literally 5 feet from me that I can crack open, and there's like hundreds of books that you guys have never seen in your life. Okay. I was collecting a series called Grendel for a while. Okay. It was actually, and it's based on it. The naming conventions are based off of Beowulf. Okay, but Grendel in this thing is an assassin. There's all these really weird things. I got into collecting comics at about the time when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out.
Okay.
It's really hard to find early copies of the first publications of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because it was self-published and it was done on really, really cheap paper.
Oh, wow.
A lot of that shit fell apart.
Damn.
Okay, so I have some pretty early versions of it, but I don't have the early versions of it. Right? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is almost like a parody. It's based on the world of Daredevil. And the Turtles were actually created, so it's not a Marvel product, but they used the Daredevil storyline to create the Turtles. Daredevil was struck in the head by a canister of radioactive material, and it blinds him, but at the same time gives him heightened senses. Right?
Yeah.
Well, in this version, that kid who's struck, another child is carrying a terrarium with four baby turtles inside it. And he drops the little aquarium thing, and they fall into the sewer. And that canister that hits Daredevil also falls into the sewer, and the turtles are bathed in this ooze, and so is a rat that's down there.
Yeah.
And they all morph. That's why they're mutants. And for like 13, 14 years later, you have the Teenage Mutant because they're teenagers. So the rat raises them. And the character, and think about it, okay, so they're based on Daredevil. Who's one of Daredevil's senseis? One of the guys that taught Daredevil how to fight. Do you recall? Remember there's a group called the Hand in Daredevil. The bad ninjas are called the Hand, and there's a group that fights the Hand. I forget what they're called, but they're led by this guy who teaches. The guy's also blind. He's called Stick. Okay, so the guy who teaches Daredevil how to fight has a staff. He's called.
All of it is a parody. It's kind of like playing off the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I get it. Oh, okay, I get it. I never knew that.
And in Daredevil, it's the Hand. In Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Shredder leads the foot.
He does. He does.
Okay, it's a direct.
And they were foot soldiers.
Now that you know,
I never knew that.
See, now that you know about it, it's like holy crap. They totally ripped off Daredevil, right?
Yeah, I never like until you just said that I never realized because like
Hand.
the hand I didn't.
Yeah.
I like Daredevil. Like I said, it's very surface level with me. I hate to say it like that. Daredevil, like you, of course, you'll know about Daredevil, but I think I want to say Daredevil. The reason why I know who Daredevil is because he appeared in the Spider-Man animated series.
Okay. Yeah, because
Because
you know him just
wasn't
because of animation, right? But
yeah
in the comic books, Daredevil's a big deal. Daredevil is one of the big marquee names. Now
yeah
Daredevil, and because the funny thing about Spider Man was never as powerful as he is now. You know,
yeah
I mean, like okay, a spider is X times stronger than a person is, but when they show Spider Man now in the movies and stuff, he has incredible
ultra
levels.
power
I mean, like Superman like strength, right? He's incredibly.
right.
He's way stronger than he thinks he is. Um,
Mhm.
but there is, you got Daredevil and you got Spider Man together, and they share bad guys.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
because
yeah,
I was about to say, like, what's his name? Wilson Fisk. Like, he fights
Kingpin,
Spider-Man and Daredevil.
yes, and he fights the Punisher.
Mm.
So you got the Punisher, you got Daredevil, you got Spider Man. They all exist in the same place.
Yes, they do.
Okay, they're all in the same city, which is New York, is
Mm.
what they're in. They're all
It's in
so
New York, yeah.
remember Daredevil is actually in New York. I mean, unlike
He is in New York.
unlike DC, Marvel uses real cities, right?
Yeah.
DC has two main cities. Well, three. Four. You've got Metropolis, home of Superman. You got
Yeah, Gotham,
you got Gotham, home of Batman. You've got Central
mm.
City, home of the Flash,
Central City.
and the
Yeah.
fourth place is called Bloodhaven. Bloodhaven is just some other city that's supposed to be really shitty. So they talk
Mm.
about Bloodhaven all the time, but nobody actually lives there. Okay, they just
Yeah.
travel there for for adventures. But those are the four
Yeah.
cities that I remember from DC, right? And none of them exist in America, right? But when you got
No.
Marvel, Daredevil is actually from Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay, which is a section within New York City, which was very rough at one point in
Yeah.
time, which is now getting upscaled. Okay, so yeah,
I was just in Hell's Kitchen and I was walking around like I didn't have no care in the world.
yeah.
I
Hell's
was
Kitchen's
like
nice
Hell's
now,
Kitchen
right?
was the shit.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Red Hook is nice. I mean, like all these crappy places where where you hide your jewelry before are nice now, and populated by
Yeah.
people with
It's funny
giant
because
beards and hats.
it was like when I was in Hell's Kitchen is so close to Manhattan, where I'm like, because I know that it used to be a bad area. I've heard that before.
It was.
So it's like it was weird while I'm walking around. I'm like, how is this such a bad area
See,
and it's
remember,
so close to Manhattan?
okay, everything eventually gentrifies. Hell's Kitchen
True.
has gentrified. Red Hook has gentrified. Everything is everything eventually will gentrify. Live long enough,
True.
and what was shitty will become posh. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the reality of things. Okay, and the reason why is because once again they're not making any more land, and like L.A., there's crappy parts of L.A. still. Okay, but even those
True.
crappy parts are expensive. Okay, and what's going to happen is over time, they're gonna the owners of land in those crappy parts will eventually find ways to push out the renters, okay, who are paying them less in rent because obviously if your place can be rented for more, you should probably rent it for more. Right? It's a business.
Right.
Why would you keep your rent low if you can raise it?
Yeah.
If everyone around you is charging twice as much as you are, why are you charging so little? Right? So you raise it.
Yeah.
Obviously, the person who lives there now can't afford it, but somebody can. Okay, so somebody will move
True.
into it, and eventually, everyone in the area has higher incomes now, and all the high-end coffee shops move in, and the art galleries move in. Actually, the art galleries come in early, and then they get booted out because those things don't make a lot of money.
No.
Okay.
No, because you know what? It's happening over where me and Quentin is, right? So off of Crenshaw Boulevard, SpaceX and Tesla,
Yeah.
right? Well, just with SpaceX and Tesla, they built two luxury condo like spaces.
Yeah.
Like one of them is like when you like I'm telling you, Armand, this place was not there 5, 10 years ago. Like on Crenshaw, it's Crenshaw and El Segundo, right? Like there's one luxury apartment complex and there's one they just finished because we just drove by and we're like, oh dang, they're renting it out now because it's finished. You know what I'm saying? But like me and my girlfriend were just talking about it, right? Because like there's a spot called the Crenshaw Village. And like my girlfriend was like, I would never go in there. And I told her, I was like, I done been in there a couple times. You know what I'm saying? And like when I was younger, I would never go in there. But now it's like, shit, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? But then it's also there's also another what is it? Like commercial spot over there off Crenshaw and El Segundo, right? I still remember it's notorious because of the like a real high ranking gang member got killed in a barbershop over there. Like that's the only reason I know that spot. I remember my homeboy was like, I used to get my haircut there. I remember this guy getting his haircut. After he got killed, I never went back. I was like, shit. But
Yeah,
now,
remember
I
things
mean, it
change,
hasn't.
time goes
Yeah,
by, and this is, I mean, as and okay, now we're gonna do a slight pivot because now we're somehow Spider-Man and Daredevil led us to gentrification.
gentrification.
Okay, gentrification's not a bad thing.
No.
Okay, it is a bad thing to those who are not part of gentrifying. If you're living in
Yeah.
an area that's being gentrified,
Hmm.
and you can't afford to be in what's going to come, yeah, you think it's a bad thing, right?
Right.
But you got to realize, okay, so we talk about products, right? Real
Uh,
estate, owning real estate, it's a product.
right.
You have a product you're bringing to the masses. Your product is a rentable structure. Okay, you
Hmm.
own rental properties. Your product is the place to live. Okay, and you charge as much as you can for your product. It's all based on the market, right?
Right.
So if your product is in a place where the market says the rent is 2,000, well, that's how much you're charging.
Hmm.
Okay, there's you can't charge more because the market won't bear it. Okay,
Hmm.
you could charge less, but why would you? Why would you run your business badly? Okay,
No.
so you charge what the market will bear. When the
Hmm.
market will bear more, so the market for your product in real estate is ever changing. So you're not gunning for a demographic of people. So like let's say for example, when we sell courses, we create a course usually designed and priced for people earning between X amount and X amount and X and Y amount, right? There's an
Right.
income range for us. Okay. Real estate's not the same way. Okay.
Mm.
Because your market is the people living within a certain distance of where your product is.
Right.
Okay. So whatever it is that they can pay, whatever they're earning, that's what you charge. Okay. So
Mm.
the market moves. So
True.
if you bought something in a certain part of LA in 1980 something and you're charging $1,500 in rent, you're probably charging 7,000 now.
Yeah.
Okay. And the people who are renting it are very different than the people who rented it in the 80s. Different type of person, different jobs, totally different jobs, different income levels, different educational levels. Okay. That's why real estate's different when it comes to being a product than anything else, right? Because you can't just pack it up and move it. Like, for example, if you own a restaurant, you have the option of moving it.
Hmm.
Okay. Maybe you're renting the spot. You can rent a different spot.
Right.
Okay. In real estate, to move it means selling it and buying some. It's much more difficult.
Hmm.
Right. And you got to get the timing right. So gentrification. If you are a person who owns in an area, you want the area to improve. You want the people coming in and renting there to grow income wise
Right.
because you want to charge more for your rent.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, some people are going to end up buying properties in rent controlled areas. Rent control is ridiculous. Okay, I would never buy a property in Santa Monica. Well, it depends where, because Santa Monica, rent controlled.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fixed amount you can charge for rent.
So you keep a certain you keep a certain amount certain demographic of people.
No, actually, okay. So a great example in our Wednesday group,
Mm-hmm.
Lee lives in a rent controlled apartment in Silver Lake. I think it is.
Okay.
She pays like $2,000 for rent for something
Okay.
that will rent for 3 times as much.
Right.
And with rent control, they do allow raises periodically, but with rent control, when you move in, that's where it stays. So she's never gonna let her lease go because she's paying like $2,000 for something that's magnificent.
Right.
Okay. Um, and but what happens is that people move. I mean, like even if you live in rent control, if you got to move, you got to move. Let's say your job doesn't. Let's say you get a much better employment opportunity somewhere else. So they
Right.
move, and then when that point becomes vacant, now they can charge a ton more for rent.
Right.
Right. So the neighborhoods don't change that much. I mean, well, they do change. You said they don't change. The renters do change over time, but it
Mm-hmm.
takes longer. It takes
Right.
longer.
Because it's somebody living.
Yeah. So as long as they're still there, I mean, like you'll see rent control places where somebody's been there 20 years.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
unfortunately, I know people who live in rent control apartments who don't buy because their rent is so good. But it's still stupid.
I can see where it kind of stunts people growth. I
It
get
does.
where you're coming from.
Yeah, it stunts their growth. Number one, they don't want to buy because my rent is so low, right? But even with the low rent, is it actually helping them? I could
Yeah, you know,
I could see
uh,
renting. I could see renting with incredibly low rent if I was taking the surplus and investing it right.
right.
If I was taking the surplus and investing in something that can outperform real estate, that makes sense. Okay? But if you're taking the surplus and investing it in something that cannot outperform real estate, you're losing money.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because me and my dad were just talking about this, right? So my dad, we talked about it in a previous episode. Like my dad has this custom bike, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking about, of course, selling it, and pretty much I was like, well, I think you should keep it and like, because he's about to come in, like, he about to have some money, right? I'm like, why don't you go and get a house, right? So my stepmom was like, no, don't get a house. Our rent is so cheap. Why would you want to rock the boat? So now what he's thinking about is just staying where he's at, keeping his bike, and going build another car with the extra money that he has. Where it's like, I mean, granted, I look at as a house as like a legacy thing. You know what I'm saying? Something that you could pass along. Is something
Okay.
where you can have people gatherings and
Let,
things like
let,
that.
let me talk about that, okay? There are
Mm,
certain mentalities, and this is going to be controversial. There are certain mentalities that keep
mm,
people broke. All right.
uh,
The concept of a legacy is one of them.
uh-huh.
Okay. Um, you have to be adaptable. Real estate is
Mm,
purely an investment.
right.
Okay. Uh, I mean, the concept of a family house, throw that out the window. The reason
Mm,
why is because when when you heard the term strike when the iron's hot.
yeah.
When the iron's hot, you got to be able to strike, right?
Mm,
I've seen people who forwent opportunities. That
mm,
is even the right word. They let an opportunity go because they were not going to leverage their property.
uh,
They're like, oh, we could lose the family house. We're not going to risk it. And they
mm,
didn't leverage their property. And then opportunity went by that they should have taken advantage of.
right.
Right. When I say leverage your property, which means leverage it with finance. So like,
Right.
like pull out money from the
Right.
property to invest in something that's going to outperform the loan that you take on the property.
Right.
There is a risk, but it's a calculated one.
Right.
Right. You wouldn't be able to get the loan in the first place if underwriting didn't feel you could afford it. Right. So, the risk is a calculated one, but people don't do it because, this is our family home. I don't want to risk our legacy. right? Oftentimes, you sell these things when the time is right because there's opportunities elsewhere. Like a good example, I was watching a documentary on HBO last night. It's called, I think it was called Secret Mall Apartment. I don't know if you guys remember this. When I moved back right before I moved back to the U.S., actually right after I moved back to the U.S. So in 2003, a group of crazy ass young white artists in Rhode Island moved into a mall. They found a space in the mall, like not a storage space, just basically where two buildings came together. There was like this weird random leftover space that was used for nothing, I guess, and they found it exploring the mall, and they moved into it for 4 years. 8 people were randomly living in it for 4 years.
Right.
Okay. But what got my attention was they were, I guess, Rhode Island. This was in Providence, Rhode Island. Providence was having a major economic downturn. And rather than revitalize, communities there, they decided they're going to build this big-ass mall, one of the biggest malls in the country at the time. They built this crazy mall, and there were all these buildings around it, these former factories. They're called mills. So they're mills. They're like clothing mills. They call them mill buildings. All these old 1800s brick mill buildings that were crumbling, vacant all around it. Right. So as of right now, that mall is suffering. I mean, I guess that part of Providence is suffering. That mall, they're considering making part of it residential. And those mill buildings must also be suffering. Because so what happened is that another developer group bought a bunch of these mill buildings. These artists were renting these factories, and they lost them. They were just renting. And they demolished them to make another like shopping center. So there's places like Providence where there's a bunch of buildings like that are available. Something like this exists somewhere in the U.S. at any given point in time.
True.
Okay. That's going to gentrify. If you bought one of those, and rather than demolishing it to make high rises, you can get a bunch. You know in LA, as you drive on the 5 towards by Dodger Stadium, there's that factory building to the left that has like a bunch of breweries and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're talking buildings like that. You can buy one of those and just do like a renovation on it, and you can create Dude, there's opportunities.
It's one like that over there. They took a Pabst brewery and turned it into like artist lofts.
Yes.
And I remember they have like this thing called the art, like I think it's the brewery art walk.
Yeah.
Where you go through it and you can see how they turn the brewery into loft spaces.
Yep.
So I get exactly what you're saying.
Yep. And in the one that I'm talking about, the 5, I think there's a place called Stronghold. It's an indoor climbing gym. Perfect use for that kind of thing, right? Yeah. I could totally see, and the architecture is awesome. Built in the Victorian times. You have to do a bit of retrofit, but you can get a loan to purchase it and the construction loan, the same loan to retrofit it. And you can immediately raise value. I mean, if you know about finance, if you know about real estate, even if you don't, partner with somebody who does, and it could be time to sell that family property to do something like that.
Yeah. Because I agree, but disagree. Because it's like, I agree that you should not just have the money just sitting in your house. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you don't have money. If you have money in your house, you should use the equity in your house to expand. Because that's where I'm thinking, that's where me and my family is thinking right now. Because even we had the discussion where we missed out on a house right next door to us, where it's like, granted, well, now how we're thinking is we kind of want to control who we have as neighbors. Like we have somebody that's moving out next door to us that was selling drugs. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, we want to kind of have a say so. If we take the equity out of our house to buy the house next door, that's what we're looking for. And it's not just even the houses next door. Like we're thinking now, it's like, okay, like how we're moving into this home healthcare space. we can take this money, go get home healthcare spaces, and now we'll pay for everything.
Yeah, but here's the question: is why? See, this is why you got to think beyond. You're thinking this because you're trying to create a little domain there, right? The things that you want to do business wise should be done somewhere else.
Where?
The money.
Oh, not as close to us.
No, dude, not in California.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not, and it's not even it's not a domain thing because it can be done other places. Because like I told you how my cousin who has his property is going to Mississippi.
I know, but what I'm saying is like your planning process is to do it with houses around you, right? But okay, so let's talk about this again. The product in real estate is property to rent out. It's this a property that you rent out to some. The product's a property somebody rents it. That's your market, right?
Right.
Okay. There's choices where you can have that. I mean, like, what you want is you want to go into a business where the money you invest into the business gets you the greatest amount of money back. Okay, the greatest ROI, return on investment, right? $1 invested in real estate in California will not get you anywhere near $1 invested in real estate in, let's say, Kentucky, or Louisiana, or in Arkansas, or in somewhere anywhere else where the purchase prices are super low, and the rent is not as a percentage. The prices are like way down there, but the rent as a percentage is not down as low. I mean, like, you can get decent rent in those places. You can make way more for every dollar spent somewhere else. And if you are trying to run a business out of like home health care, right? One of your greatest costs, well, there's a lot of costs, but and actually a big factor is the mortgage. If you're in California. If you're in another state, the mortgage might be a minor factor.
Yeah. And then you'll make more based off because they're probably getting the same amount of money.
The patient doesn't go down that much, but the mortgage drops dramatically.
Right.
Right. So that's what you got to look at. So that's why I know why you want to think of the legacy aspect of things. Right. But if you look at wealthy people, truly wealthy people, okay, they leave their legacies behind while they're alive. And they give it to their kids to fuck it up as they will.
Right.
Okay? They give it to the kids. If they have a particularly idiotic kid, they have a trust fund. So they can't screw it up. I have a friend with a trust fund. I'm not going to say his name here, but you've heard me talk about him before. Dude's an idiot. Okay? He's not a Mormon. He's a moron. Right? You've heard that story? Okay, here again. Your friend doesn't know anything about the Bible. What do you mean? You told me he was a Mormon. I didn't say he was a Mormon. He's a moron. Right.
Right.
Okay, that dude is a trust fund.
Yeah. Okay. Or I mean, wasn't like ain't Jackie Chan's son like that?
I have no idea. But
Jackie Chan got a fuck up of a son. Yeah. Where like he's not leaving him nothing.
Well, no. This kid's got a trust fund. Jackie Chan's leaving him nothing, literally nothing, right? This kid, he's not a fuck up because he's a bad kid. He's just got
he's just dumb.
He's not the brightest bulb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, in order for him not to lose the money or spend the money or get it stolen from him, his father created a trust fund. He gets an allowance, basically a big one. He pays for a house with it. He gets a lot of money every month, but that's all growth of the fund. He can't touch the principal. Okay, he can't. It's to protect him, right? Okay, but for the most part, truly wealthy people leave their kids the money early, and they can do with it as they will. The rest of it, the kids all have their own homes. They all establish themselves, and then when the parents die, the home is pretty much sold and the proceeds split between whoever gets whatever's left, right? It's not unless there are times where like it is a home that's been in the family since like 17 something. In that case, maybe, or if the house is specifically grand, the kids may want to keep it, but then they got to fight who's going to have it now. right?
Mm-hmm.
But typically, when that happens, one of them buys it out from the rest. They don't share it. One will
Right.
right? That's not a legacy, you know. Like a legacy is like the house that is in the family. That's not what happens for most rich people. See, what you
Yeah.
want to do is you want to think like the wealthy,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's habits that we have, and I'm not saying it's going to keep you poor, but it's habits that stop you from going as far as you can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wealthy people, especially in the early ones, wealthy people were portable. Okay, think about it. Some of the wealthiest people in America today. Okay, so the people from the really old wealthy families, they chased it here from Europe. They didn't come here with money, they chased it from Europe.
Mm-hmm.
They did whatever it took to grow. And usually, whatever it took means uprooting themselves every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what they did. Okay, most of them weren't attached to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's like remember the movie Heat?
Yeah.
Why was it called Heat?
I thought it was because the heat that they would get from the activities that they were doing.
Exactly. So there was a saying they had in the movie: you can't have
Absolutely.
anything that you're not willing to walk away from when the heat comes around the corner.
Right.
Okay, nothing in your life is something that you can't walk away from.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you got to think of it, right? Like, okay, so this house right now, I'm doing a refi in this house. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I got something. I'm going to tap into some equity, but only a minor part of it. After I do that refi, I'm not sure. I might sell it, or I might pull a major amount out and invest in a 3-unit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, this house, I should be willing to leverage it to whatever level I can. If I can pull 95%, I should be able to do that. When you pull 95%, you risk it going underwater. Okay, underwater means you owe more than it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
So if you pull 90% of a property's value and the value precipitously drops for some reason, like a bubble bursts, you find yourself with a property worth less than what's owed. If it's a rental and you're still collecting positive rent, it doesn't matter if you're negative equity.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's just on paper. Okay? If it's positive rental. Okay? But the problem in California is that you got this. Property values are so high that you're probably not going to have a positive rental. You're going to buy a property, you're going to have a loan that yields a principal and interest payment plus the taxes and insurance and then any maintenance. That number per month is probably greater than what you can collect in rent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The only saving grace is that the property is going up in value. So you're gaining net worth, but you're experiencing negative cash flow. And
Do you feel like this is always going to be like this in California?
Yes, California's ridiculous. That's why I don't advise. If you buy a rental property in California, it's got to be units.
Like an apartment unit or a duplex.
Duplex at the minimum. Okay?
Get it.
And you should live in one of them.
Right.
Okay? Just so that you lose a mortgage payment.
Right.
Right? So, but I don't advise in investing here unless, if it's units, there's a possibility. But single family, no. Because picture this. They're saying that the average price in LA County is like 800 and something thousand now. It's a crazy number.
Crazy number.
And then when you look at the rentals, so John Ramirez, our real estate agent friend, was saying that with rentals, you're talking about, so as the number of bedrooms gets smaller, the price per bedroom gets larger. So you want to rent a 1-bedroom, it's going to be 2,000 something more than likely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You rent a 2-bedroom, it's going to be a little bit 2,200. It's going to be like, basically about 1,000-ish per bedroom is what you're looking at in rent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you're looking at 3 bedrooms or more. If you're looking at 2 bedrooms and 1 bedroom, it's even more per bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but think about it. 3-bedroom house. If you can collect even, okay, let's say a 4-bedroom house. Say a 4-bedroom house, okay? A 4-bedroom house in LA, how much? 8 something? 7 something?
Say 9.
Can you find a 4-bedroom house in LA County proper for like less than let's say 500,000?
Oh, what bedroom?
4 bedrooms, LA County proper, not Palmdale. So not Santa Clarita, not Palmdale, something in the valley, San Gabriel Valley, San Fernando Valley, Norwalk, Downey, that like LA County, the real LA County. Can you find a 4-bedroom home for under, let's say, 600,000?
Probably not.
Good luck if you can. And I'm not talking a condo. I'm talking a house. Because condos come with their own set of problems. You buy a 4-bedroom condo, which is big for a condo, you still have the HOA, which is probably going to be about $700 to $1,000 per month, which makes it more expensive than a house. Even though your mortgage is smaller, the payment in the end is the same. So look it up. Try to what's the cheapest 4-bedroom house you can find in LA County, not Palmdale, Lancaster. We're talking LA County. We're not talking about San Bernardino, because if you look in Paris, maybe.
You're saying for the price of a.
So how much is a 4-bedroom house, LA County?
Go manufactured home either, huh?
What's that?
I can't go manufactured
How
home
many
either.
think they get to be 4 bedrooms in a manufactured home?
There's a 4-bedroom in Canoga Park.
Yeah, no trailers, because those have their own problems too.
Can't beat it.
You can't. What's the cheapest you see?
I'm in Pacoima, Silmar with 585, but that's kind of far, isn't it? That's not really. Is that
counts.
considered?
585.
You want to count that one?
Count 585.
That's the lowest.
Wait,
585.
Wait, is it an REO? Is it a legitimate?
I'm gonna look. That's just
that's
that's
actually
just
a good price. I would buy that. Okay, that's a pretty good price.
Yeah.
That ain't that far. Pacoima, Silmar, that's like hour-ish away, maybe 45 minutes away. That's not that bad. 585, that's nuts, actually. Raymond, what are you seeing? 4 bedrooms.
Yeah, I got 585, 4-bedroom, 3-bath, Pacoima.
That's not a house. 4-bedroom, 3-bath, that price, that's
No, you're right. It's a condo. I looked at it.
There you go.
Found it.
There you go. Find me a house, guys. Find me a house. Give me the lowest price you can find me. 4 bedrooms.
Ooh, I see $799.99.
Is that the cheapest?
That's what I see on Zillow. Everything else is in the millions.
So let's use that number. 800,000.
600, 699, 700,000.
Where's
Granada Hills. Granada Hills.
Describe it.
4 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1,500 square feet.
That doesn't sound like a house. That's really
It's
small
a house.
for 4 bedrooms.
It is very small.
Is it a house or is it a condo?
It's a house.
Oh, I got 500 even for 4 and 2.
Where's that?
This one's at 1067 Rowan Avenue, Los Angeles.
Click on it and tell me about it.
You got a nice sized backyard.
4 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1,758 square feet. The lot is 5,985. 1-car garage. What else do I have?
Wait, is it a legit listing or is it some bait?
Oh, it looks like a legit listing. Hang on, let me look at the house. Yeah, it's legit.
Okay.
It doesn't look all that great. It looks kind of oldish. Looks like it needs rehabbing.
I got another 4 bedroom, 500,000, 560, 565,000. This
Where's
is
that
in
at?
off the 10th Avenue. It's in the hood.
Okay, let's look at, because some of these things you can't trust me. Like, okay, sometimes when you find these cheaper listings, it's just to get you in. It's like it turns out to be an
Bait and
REO.
switch.
No,
It's an
it's kind of
ad.
it's an REO that's going to be up for bidding, right? So sometimes these are bidding things. But let's look at that.
This on
So
Zillow.
yeah, but sometimes they appear there. So let's look at it. So Raymond, I got share screen on. Go ahead and share that. Let's take a look.
The share. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Where y'all? I can't see what y'all see. Are y'all seeing? Which one are y'all seeing?
I'm seeing 565.
Okay, cool. Because it is it's showing me my OBS. I'm trying to make sure y'all see what I'm
Okay,
seeing.
close that thing down. Let's take a look. 4 bedroom, 2 bath, 1400s. Wait, go back up. Let's see. That's tiny for that kind of a house. Okay. 10th Street.
Yeah,
Let's
we in the hood.
still okay. It's
Yeah, it
cracked.
is
Okay,
funny. Look at that little sink.
but still 565. Okay, so let's go back to the listing. Let's go back to the listing. So the words back to listing, upper left. Okay, scroll down. Let's get some details. Estimated 3,400 a month. See, something like this. It's a fixer-upper for a perfect canvas for investors. Two
You off
bed. It's a
Obama?
duplex. Okay, it's a two. So it's a duplex, 2 units. Oh, dude, 2 bedroom. This is possible. Scroll. Okay, so scroll down again. Okay, so look at this. It's no. Go back to the description. Go back up a little bit. Stop right there. Oh, nope. There we go. Let me see. Duplex. So it's 2 units, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath each unit. It's something you probably end up renting to students because it's close to USC.
Yep. This look like a student
Okay,
scenario.
so something like this. So let's imagine. So Raymond, open me up a new tab next to this, and look up amortization calculator. MORT, amort, IZATION, calculator.
Ha!
Calculate, there it is. Okay, let's go with calculator.net. That's the one. So this property is what, 565? So you're going to buy it as a owner occupied. So you can probably get away with 10% down. But at 10% down, you'll have mortgage insurance. If you want to avoid mortgage insurance, you put 20% down. So let's put 20. What's 20% of 565,000? 565 times 0.2, right?
Mm.
But what is that? Quentin, hit him with the calculator.
565.
Times 10% is 56,500, right? So 113,000. So 565 minus 113. What is that?
565
Minus
minus
113.
113. 452.
Okay, Raymond, loan amount 452. Okay, loan term is 30 years. That's good for interest rate. There we go. So press calculate. Okay, so the principal and interest is 2007. Okay, so Raymond, open up another tab and put this question. What is property tax in LA County for a purchase price of 565,000?
$1%.
5,812. There we go. Let's just use that. 5812 That sounds low.
Remember, rates are low
It's
lately.
565,000, Raymond. 565, not 465.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the loan amount. I'm sorry.
No, it's the purchase price. Let's call it 7,001. Okay, Quentin, what's 7,001 divided by 12? Raymond, go back to the calculator.
591.
Raymond, go back to the calculator. Quentin, what was that number?
591.67.
Okay, so let's 2007 plus 5 plus 600. Okay, so that makes it about 3,300. Yeah, 3,300 bucks. Okay, that's PI. That's PIT. Insurance about 150.
You're looking at paying like $3,500 a month.
3,500. Now it's got 4 bedrooms. It's got 4 bedrooms. So even in the crappy neighborhood that it's in, you factor 1,000 per bedroom. Okay.
And you got to do some. You're going to do some modifications.
No, because of the shitty place that it's in, you can keep it shitty. That's the beauty about a shitty neighborhood. You can rent it out to a student that ain't gonna be picky. Okay, 2,000 bucks of 1,000 per bedroom. Maybe so 4,000. You can rent this out for about $4,000, roughly. That's just a rough. And you have about 3,005, 3,006. Is that our number?
Correct, about 35. So about 5.
In this case, you have a net. Okay, so you have a. Now that doesn't factor in management and maintenance.
Right.
Okay, you factor about 30% for management and you factor in about 10% for maintenance per month. Okay, so you'll break even on this property.
Right.
Okay, people will manage it themselves to save a buck.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They'll do their own maintenance to save a buck. Okay, so this allows a person to acquire a property and but it costs you how much you have to put out of pocket? 113,000?
13.
Okay, so your 113,000 pretty much breaks you even every month. Maybe a little bit positive. Depends if you're doing your own maintenance and your own management. Man, I can't believe they put those photos online like that.
That's how they put these photos online, Armand. That's wild.
Damn.
That's what they have. That's what they show.
And the backyard all messed up.
Okay, now
TL over here.
So Quentin, so Raymond, okay, so Quentin, write down these numbers. 565 at about 3,500 PITI, 113,000 down. So Raymond, close this listing out and let's go to Zillow and let's look for something else. Just click on the gray areas. There we go. So now, LA, California, change that.
Change it to what?
Change it to Little Rock, Arkansas. There it is, Little Rock, ARK. AR. There we go. Click on that. There we go. And let's look for duplex. Let's look for 4 bedrooms, 2 baths.
I don't see no duplex, but I see houses that look way better.
We don't want those though. We want something shitty. There we go. 63,000 bucks. That's an auction though. Okay, that's an auction. See, this is what you want. Okay, 4 bedroom, 2 bath. It's very similar. 1,300 square feet. It's a little bit smaller. At auction with a starting price of 63,000 bucks. Okay, let's close that because this is an auction. We want something that is actually listed. Back to search. There we go. Scroll downwards. 280, 4 bedroom, 2 bath. There we go. Look at that. 2,300 square feet. Much bigger, right? Okay. It's not a duplex though. Let's close that. Okay, so let's keep going down. We're looking for something duplex-ish. Actually, let's expand this. Just put Arkansas. There we go. Price. Click on price. Click on price. Multifamily. There we go. Get rid of everything else. Get rid of apartments. Get rid of manufactured condos. There we go. Apply. That's exactly it. Same exact thing. 17. Oh, it's bigger. 4-bedroom, 2 bath, 1,700 square feet.
Duplex.
It's okay. Go back to the description. Go back up. Up. Stop. You're missing it. There. And it's occupied. It's close to University of Arkansas. The other one's close to USC. Fully occupied duplex offers immediate rental income in a high demand location. Each features function layout. Blah blah blah. Hit show more. Scroll down. Let's see if it tells us how much it's renting for. It might tell us. Scroll down. We're looking for how much it's renting for, if it's there. Okay, details. No, keep going down. Property. Okay, there's the annual tax, $1,400. Okay, so Quentin, Raymond, open up the calculator again. It's the one next to it. So, well, how much is it? 280?
Yeah.
280.
And that's still high. Remember, this is a nice house, okay? We really want to look for shitty houses, right? But even with this, okay, so Quentin, 280, 20% down, right? 280, 20% down is what? 10% is 28, right?
56.
56,000. 280 minus 56 is what, Quentin? $280 minus 56 gives us what?
224.
Okay, so Raymond, loan amount's 224.
224
Yep, 224.
for the okay.
There we go. Okay, 30 years, 6%. Calculate that sucker. Okay. So Quentin, what was that? $1,400? So what is that divided by 12? $100, 100 and something?
1,400 divided by 12.
Yeah. 1423 divided by 12, I think it was.
You want to do 1423?
Yeah, let's do 1423. Divided by 12.
$118.58.
And insurance is probably $40 a month. 115?
I got 118 for mine. 118.58.
Okay. Let's call insurance and taxes 160. So 1342.99 plus 160. What do we got?
1432
plus 160. 1342.
1342.
0.99 plus 160.
$160.
Yeah.
1,502.90.
$1,500. So even if you could only rent out each bedroom for $600, 4 times 6 is $2,400. 2,400 minus 1,500. Is that the number?
Yeah, 1,502.
Okay. What is that? So 20. What do we say? $600 each, right? 4 times that's 2,400. 2,400 minus 1,500, right? Is $900. You're already positive 900 on this one. Now, guys, realize the down payment was $56,000 for our property here. We're talking about an apples to apples comparison. We put 113 down on the other one.
Mm-hmm.
We can buy 2 of these.
Mm-hmm.
We can profit $1,800 for the same down payment.
True.
Why do you want to buy in LA?
You just want to buy to live in LA.
I mean, yeah. But the thing is from a practical point of view, you should only buy to live in LA if you can afford to do it. If you
Right.
can afford to do it and invest in things like this, you should live in LA.
True.
But if you live in LA and because you live in LA, you can't do this, you shouldn't live in LA.
Mm-hmm.
If you are pretty much working to pay your mortgage in LA and you got no money left over to do something like this, you shouldn't be here. You should move to LA when you have enough income going that you have a bunch of V's running and you can afford to live here at the same time. You shouldn't let your lifestyle that you want to live be what you have to struggle to work to afford. Right? It's like the person that graduates from college and buys a brand new, very expensive car. And now they're working for their rent and their car. They can't afford anything else. They can't save for a down payment because it's all going to rent, car, and taking their friends out to. It's kind of funny how when a person gets a job, all of a sudden they're treating their friends. It's like, hey man, I'm making money now. Let me take you all out, and that lasts for quite a while. It's like people don't just have one blowout. In the Philippines, we call them blowouts, where it's like, and it's funny in the Philippines, every payday is a blowout. Around here, we find excuses to spend our money. All right. So Raymond, close this one and let's look for a shitty one. Close this one and let's look for something crappy.
We still in Arkansas?
Still in Arkansas. Let's look for something crappier.
Still going 4 bedrooms?
Let's go 4 bedrooms.
What about this one?
150. There we go. 155. That's our baby. That's it right there. That's what we want right there. And it's still nicer than the one in LA.
It doesn't even look bad.
Way better than one in LA. We can
where is
buy
this
almost
one at?
4 of these for the 130.
Little Rock?
No, I mean like where is it though?
Who cares?
No. Like, well, hold on. Let's see.
As long as it rents.
Duplex.
Central Little Rock. Close to
Gotta be close to downtown.
UAMS and the VA hospitals. When you're close to the VA hospital, you're typically in a not so nice neighborhood.
Right.
Both units are extremely spacious. A is tenant occupied on a lease until 2/28/26. And check it out, the tenant's receiving Section 8. This is what you want. That tenant is going to live clean because he doesn't want to get.
Oh, go back up, Ray. Does it give the unit price? So go down. Right there. Is that the prices?
No, that's how much it was selling for.
Listen for rent.
List of rent, $750.
So $750 for the whole apartment?
No.
Oh, it'd have to be each one.
For unit.
Per unit? Go, because upstairs and downstairs.
It's 2 units.
Is it a 2 unit or is it
Duplex.
Dang, that's awesome.
So you're getting 1,500. Let's break it down.
Let's do it.
So you're getting 1,500.
So scroll up, get to the purchase price. Scroll up. Okay,
55.
155. So 155 times 20%. What we got? 10% is 15.5. 20%
310.
31,000. Okay, 31,000 down. Okay, Raymond, get to the calculator. So 31,000. What 150? What was it? 155.
155.
155 minus 31,000 gives us what, Quentin?
155
minus 31,000.
$124.
Okay, 124,000. Okay, 30 years. Press calculate. Okay, go back to the listing because I want to see the tax. Scroll down slowly so we don't miss it. We may have missed it already. Oh wait, there it is. Property tax. Keep going down. 1354. Okay, 1354. Quentin, what's 1354 divided by 12?
$112.83.
And let's add $50 to that. Let's call it 160. So Raymond, go back to the calculator. So 743.44. Okay, plus 160. Quentin, what's the number?
Say that again.
743.44 plus 160. That's taxes and insurance. What do we got?
743.44. $734.
743.44. Can you see on the screen?
Oh, I wasn't looking up. Okay, got you. And what was the next?
160. Taxes,
Plus 160?
That's taxes and insurance.
$903.44.
And you can collect $750 on one of the units, right?
Right.
So $1,500 minus $900.
$1,500 minus 900, 600.
Wait, because it was 900 is the payment, right? The monthly payment.
The monthly payment is $7.
No. Remember, Raymond, we have to add taxes and insurance.
So
we had 160 taxes and insurance, right?
oh, okay.
So what was it? 903.
903.44.
So 1,500 minus 903.44. What do we got?
Making around
596.6.
Yep, almost $600, right? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. You buy a property, you expect to make anywhere between $600 and $800 net a month. Now, we put 30 grand down on this, right?
31.
31. How much did we put down on the LA property? 113.
113,000.
Which is almost 4 times 30 is 100. We can almost do 4, right, of these. So let's call it 4 because we can basically
You can do 4.
You can do 4 of these, right? So
You're $1,000 off of 4.
For the amount of money out of pocket to buy the LA property, doing 4 of these at $600 a month, you're profiting $2,400 a month.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is what I'm talking about. For the same investment, the same risk out of pocket. And see, what's great about this is $113,000, and of course it's a little bit more than that because you're closing costs and such. But the $100 and something thousand risked on the LA property is one property. What happens if it goes vacant?
You've got no money.
No, yeah, you're losing out. This is 4 properties. This is technically okay. It's a duplex in LA. So if one of them goes vacant, you still have the other one, right? But you're already breaking even or losing in the beginning. And so one goes vacant, you're definitely losing money. Over here, you can have like half of them go vacant and still practically break even.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're spreading out the risk. What if a fire consumes the property and it's suspicious and insurance hedges and haws and you don't get any money from them for months?
No income.
One of
But
these
if you're
suckers
in Arkansas, you got
still
3.
making money.
Still got 3 left.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. And it can be cheaper.
No.
Because
we saw a building. We saw a building that's right now.
So Raymond, go to the pictures. This is still a nice property. I mean, look at the inside. It's still nice.
Nice amenities.
Yeah.
You got a nice
porch.
View. Porch.
Back porch.
You can definitely rent this. I mean, like this, beautiful. So let's look at what else we got here. So go back to listing. I mean, well, let's go back to all the listings. Change it from 4-bedroom to now let's leave it that way. Let's see if there's anything cheaper.
147.
4-bedroom, 4-bath.
2 units.
2 units. Damn. So scroll down. So let's scroll down on it. Okay, not this one though. Wow, it's got the kind of AC that I've got. Look at that.
Mini split.
Is it in all the bedrooms?
don't think so.
That'd be cool if it was.
You got ceiling fans. You good.
This is nice.
Look like a church.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Side by side
So
units.
go back to listing, and let's look and see if they talk about how much it's renting for. Freshly updated. Let's read it. All units have
On McDaniel Street.
2 of the kitchens. Wait, 2 of the kitchens. How many units is this?
2 fourplex.
4-plex.
It's a fourplex, bro.
Oh, show more. Hit the show more. Some have mini splits. Oh, it doesn't say how much it's renting for.
No, we ain't got there yet.
4 bedrooms, 4 bath. Wait, go back up a little more. Okay. Oops, stop.
There's your tax amount.
487.
Wow.
All right, hold on. Let's keep going because
There it is. Okay, so let's see. These are sales prices, not rental prices.
Oh,
Doesn't say.
what is this?
That's the estimated payment for the
monthly
mortgage.
payment.
That's wild. Okay, so go back up. So okay, we're not gonna see how much it costs. I'm probably gonna assume it's like, so $750 got you 2 bedrooms. This one is gonna be more expensive per room. So it's more.
So it'll be 500.
So divided by 2 and then a little bit. So it's probably 500 a room.
I'll do 500 a room.
Yeah. So let's look at the price. 147. Let's go back to the so 10%, 14,700. 20%, 28,000, 29,004. Okay, go back to the calculator. 29,400. So what was the purchase price?
147.
147 minus, what did I say?
29,400.
29,400. What does it give us? It's very similar.
$117,600.
117,600. Okay, calculate that puppy.
705.
Did you press calculate already?
Yeah.
705. And then that thing showed us taxes and insurance. So click back on Zillow. Go back all the way down. Oops, stop. I think we missed. No, keep going. Public tax history. There it is. Keep going. Stop. Keep going more. Keep going.
See it?
Keep going more. There it is. Property tax, $69. This is a month. Okay. Insurance, $49. So monthly 70 plus 50, 120. So go back to the calculator. So 825. Okay, there's your monthly nut, 825. Now we
And you do a
figured
500 room?
we figured, okay, so 4 bedrooms would rent for about that's at 150. So we go 500 per bedroom, right? Actually, let's call it 6 to be a little bit more pessimistic. No, actually, it'll, the net rent should be higher on this than the other one. The two, because so $1,500 is how much the other one rents for, right? So
600 sounds right. You got 24.
Yeah, 600 sounds right. So $2,400, $2,400 minus 825. What do we got, Quentin?
2,400 minus 825, 1,575.
Is that right?
24 minus 825.
Jeez, that's a lot. Okay, let's dumb it down. Let's make it 500 a unit instead.
Talk to me.
2,000.
Me, baby.
So 2,000 minus 825.
$1,175.
Wow. Okay, so here's the formula. So we would buy this property using a DSCR loan. Okay, debt service coverage ratio. So you factor in management's 30%. I think they factored at 30, and then so 700 times 30 is $200. So you add 1070. Let's call it 250 in additional costs. So 825 plus 250. What is that?
825 plus 250 is going to give you 1,075.
Okay. So what you're looking for is if the so what's the number?
1,075.
Multiply 1,075 by 1.25.
$1,343.75.
Okay. If you can rent out this property for more than that, they'll approve this loan with 20% down. They will not look at your personal income, and they will not really look at your person. I mean, your personal credit has to be at least like, let's say 650. Okay. It's better if you have good credit, obviously. But if your credit's not like 700 plus, you'll still get away with this. You don't have to have any income at all to qualify to buy this property. See, if right now, if you guys wanted to buy this, okay, all you need is, what did we say down? $29,000?
29,400.
With 29.4, this could be yours in 30 days. Because I believe the rent, what did we say the rent's going to be?
We went 600 and then we went 500.
At 500, it's like 2,000 still, right?
Right.
And what's that 1.25 number?
1.25 number is 1343, $1,343.75.
As long as our rent. Wait. 900 plus 300.
We'd have to be at the 600.
What's that?
We'd have to be at the 600 to be above it.
Yeah. As long as it proves that, yeah, you can put 29 grand down, you can have this, and then you're making money right away. Right. Now we can buy, once again, we can buy how many of these for the same price of the LA one? We're talking about 29 down. Yeah, we got 4.
4.
You can buy 4 of these for the LA one.
Price of 401, you can get the LA one. Each one is giving you a profit of $500 to $1,000 each.
Raymond, what was that?
So you can get 4 properties, and each of the properties were giving you anywhere between $500 to $1,000 each.
Actually, between 6 and you target 6 and 8, but you could probably make $1,000 off this one. So let's say it's $500, you're at $2,000, right?
Yeah. Where the LA house, you were just spending all your money just to break even.
Just breaking even, yeah.
And you're very close to being negative.
Yeah, because if you have maintenance issues, you negative.
And if you got a vacancy.
If you look at that property, there's going to be maintenance issues.
Yeah. It's maintenance issues all over.
This is crazy. I mean, like, why are people looking at LA to buy? I mean, like, if you and your family, Raymond, if you can drum up the money to buy the house next door, buy a bunch of these instead.
No, that's true. I get what you're saying.
And then with the money this makes, if you really want to buy the house next door to
buy the house next door,
buy it with the profit from this.
Right. I get what you're saying. And if that's what I'm saying. I don't disagree with you. Like, we on the same path. Yeah. Like, I don't look at our houses as rental properties. I look at it as like we just living here. Like, the only reason I only think about, like, Section 8, we can do that anywhere in the United States.
Correct.
If you get Section 8 with these houses, you own, because you can charge more.
See, but what I'm trying to get at, right, is okay. And I've consulted for Amend for years, right? Legacy. So, dealing with, like, the Black community, legacy it's an important factor. It's almost like it's an important factor, perceptually important, but in reality, that kind of thinking prevents people from doing things that they should do, right? Mm-hmm. Because they don't want to risk referring to something as a legacy makes you revere it. It makes you protect it.
Right.
Right. It makes you not want to risk it.
Right.
right? But the richest people in America today, their families got there by risking it.
You know what? It's funny that you say that, right? Because that was like a big focus of me last week. I had came across a YouTube video where it talked about why do like it was like a Christian based video where it's like why do Christians um like pretty much we learn from secular people about business where they should learn from Christian based people, and they were talking about that Christian people don't take risks. Like risk is isn't in their vocabulary where you should be taking a risk. Like the people who generate wealth are the risk
Yeah,
takers.
risk takers.
Like
But also remember, well, what you do depends on where you are in life, right?
mhm.
Actually, so let's go back again to Zillow and let's see if we can get anything else cheaper. So go
We're
back to
going
Zillow.
lower than 147.
Actually, Raymond, this time, go back, change it from four bedroom. Change it from four bedroom to like to use five. Okay, number of bath. Okay, there we go, and let's see what we got. 5 bedroom, 5 bath, multifamily home for $299.
Texarkana.
So 250, 5 bedroom. Keep going down. Let's see. So far cheapest is 250. Go down some more. Look at that yellow one. What is that one? 150.
150.
5 and 2.
That's probably 2 units.
I want to say it's 5 individual units.
No, with 2 bathrooms.
I don't know. Let's see.
We in Texarkana though.
Wait,
Who's fucked up?
wait. Actually,
Oh,
What is this on the
no,
wall?
it's a mural.
of what?
It's a painting of a mountain. It's
Yeah,
not jacked up. It's just the floors have they're real hardwood floors. Got to be refinished.
that ain't real.
That's
That's
lumpy
stone.
linoleum.
That's stone. Yeah, the
They have one
floors.
bedroom upstairs, one bathroom downstairs. That's probably what it is.
Okay.
So 2
So
duplex.
so close it. So go back to listing. I want to see what the details are. So scroll down. Let's see, stop there. 100-year-old duplex.
Duplex.
So it's a 3 and 2 probably.
You
Okay,
said
let's read about
Texarkana
Yeah.
history.
Downstairs
It is.
unit, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. Upstairs unit, 3 bedrooms,
1
one
bath.
bath. Generous space. We need a minor repairs to make them rent ready. Blah blah blah. Down steps from downtown Texarkana. Scroll. Let's see if we can see what the listings, what the rentals have been, because they may have been listed for rent pretty recently. Keep on going down. It's a big property. Okay, stop right there. Okay, it's for sale listings, not rental listings.
Yeah, no sale, no rental history. They probably yeah.
Tax history, go down. Keep going down. There we go.
Wow.
So estimated 78 per month, and insurance is $50 a month. So this is, and how much is the sales price?
Hmm?
How much was the sales price?
Those price.
All the way up top. Was it 150? That, see, this is the repairs are probably minor. This is a crazy opportunity.
15,000, probably spend another 15 in repairs.
No, not even that.
Less or
I,
more?
I think it's
Probably less.
I just think it's cosmetic. Flooring.
You definitely gotta do these floors.
It's probably just the walls and the floors.
And dude, it's a 100-year-old house. Those floors are probably real. You just gotta sand them.
Sand and stain.
Or if you really want to protect them, sand them and then cover them with a thin laminate, like I got my bedroom, just to protect those 100-year-old floors. This is a crazy opportunity. Yeah, those are, they painted murals on the walls. I saw a tree in one of the photos.
Yeah, I know. You got a checkerboard floor.
Dude, this is legit. I mean, like 150.
The hell is this?
5 bedrooms, 2 bath, 2 unit, 3,300 square feet. I mean, honestly, dude, you can buy this thing and make it into a single family residence, right, and live in it 3,300 square feet. 100. I mean, it's a classic house.
It may have been what it was originally.
Yeah, that'd be. How big's the property? So go up on the. Let's take a look at how big the property is. The lot, it doesn't mention square foot lot. Go down to the further description right there. Let's see. 2 fireplaces. It doesn't say how big the lot is.
It has
8,276.
8,000 square foot. 8,000. Wow, that's a big lot. Dude, that's bigger than my lot in Whittier. Remember my house in Whittier?
yeah,
It's a good sized lot, right? The 7,000
yeah.
something square feet. This is big.
But it's like it don't show like the backyard area, does it?
It doesn't. But go back to the listing. We could probably turn on. So go to the map. Go down. Okay, we can probably turn on the street view. Yeah, it's a big lot. Look at that.
It's on the corner, is it? No, wait a minute. Yeah, it looks like it's on the corner.
It's all land around it. There's tons of land around it. Go back to map. Let's see if we can get an aerial view of it. Okay, go satellite. Upper left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait. There we go. So zoom in. Wow. That's a big lot. Wait, click lot lines. Raymond, there you go. Click lot lines and bring it back up. So drag the map.
Too far, no fault.
Zoom in. Okay, so there it is. So that's a pretty big lot right there. So the corner lot's separate from it. See that?
Yeah.
That's an 8,000 plus square foot lot right there. That's big. And it's got alleyways in the back, street in the front. That's insane. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, so telling you. So go back to search. Let's see what else we got. So 150 is the 149, 5-bedroom, 2-bath, right next to it. See that? But it's only 1,500 square feet. Multi-family home. It's got to be. Remember, it's got to be two. The units have to have a bathroom.
3 and 2.
So
this one got 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms.
5-bedroom. That's 5.
That
units.
one's 5
That's
units.
5 units. But still, the last time we did it, we had 4 units.
4 units.
For how much? 165.
No, we had 4 units at 147.
Yeah, so 210 is that's not worth it. So that one's 5-bedroom, 5-bath, that's a big one. 892. No, that's not what we need. 395. That's still not worth it. I'm telling you. Well, but who knows? Maybe the rents are higher. Actually, Raymond, click on that.
It might be. Look at the housing.
Raymond,
It looks
click on
a
the
little more.
395 right there.
For what one?
Yeah, click that. See
What, the 395?
That's a 5-bedroom, 5-bath condo. So it's like technically we call this a PUD. It's a planned unit development. It is built in 07. So scroll down some. No, don't go to the pictures. Stop right there. 2 fully remodeled condos. Oh, it's only 2 units.
So you got 3 and a 2.
Something like that.
Wow, that's a lot of bathrooms. Scroll down, Raymond. Let's see if we can get some idea about the rent. Five-bedroom, 5-bath. Go down some more. New construction built in 07. Go on some more. No HOA.
Tax is $1,400.
This one might not be it unless you're doing 1,500 a month or
That probably
2,000.
rents for a lot more.
Yeah.
You got bigger
See,
rooms,
this is a 2-unit. It's duplex essentially.
bigger rooms and more
It's a
more
duplex.
baths.
Well,
Yeah, so I thought it was gonna be a 5-unit. It's not. Okay, so let's exit out of this one, and let's go back to the rest of it.
that's the end of our Arkansas journey, y'all. Hold on. Let's see. Let's do Mississippi.
Wait, 5-bedroom, 5-bath, 275 in Fort Smith, Arkansas. How about that one? Built in 1940. Scroll down. It's 5 units. But it is 275. So we had a 4-unit, right, at 160 something.
Yeah.
So 115,000 to get another unit doesn't seem like it's worth it.
I don't know, depending on the rent.
Well, yeah, it would depend on the rent. Oh wait, okay, look, listed for rent 750.
Aha, that's more than our 600.
Okay, so 750 times 5.
Yes.
Wow, what is that number? 750 times 5.
37, 3,000, 3750.
Okay, so let's run this number. So Quentin, run that number down. 3750. So scroll down. What's our tax? Raymond, down a little bit. Okay, 130. Oh, up a bit. 133 a month, 92. So 133 plus 92. That's a 225 is taxes and insurance. Okay, so Quentin put down 225 taxes and insurance. So what's our purchase price? Raymond, go up. Purchase price. There we go. 275. 10% is 27,005. 20% is 53,000.
Yeah,
No, wait,
it said to put
55,000.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It said right here, put down payment of 55,000.
55,000. So what's that number? So Quentin, what is 275 minus 55?
75 minus 55.
Yeah. 220, right?
220.
Okay. Raymond, go back to the calculator. 220. Nope, that's 22,000. There we go. 1319 plus what, Quentin? 1319 plus how much?
What was the 1319?
That's the look up. It's the mortgage payment.
Oh, 1319 plus the 225 tax and insurance?
Yeah.
I walk away with 2,000 a month on it.
What are we getting, Quentin?
What was it? 225 plus the 1319?
Yeah.
1319 plus the 225.
Yes.
1544.
Okay, 1544. So let's say what's 30% on that?
%, 463.2.
I'm not sure if I'm calculating that right. Okay, but anyway, 416. So what's that? So what's that number plus 416?
463.2 plus 416.
What's PITI plus 416?
PITI plus 416.
What do we got?
So I got 1319
Plus taxes
plus
and insurance.
416.
No, 1319 is PI.
Right?
Taxes and insurance.
What was the taxes and insurance?
You wrote it down.
1544?
No.
Which one was it? Oh, 225. 225.
1319 plus 225 plus 460 something. What's that number?
1319 plus 225
plus 4 something. And I might be
plus
and I might be figuring that number wrong. Okay, but
plus 416.
and if it's wrong, it's too high. Okay, what's that number?
Total is 1,960.
And we're collecting how much on 5 units? 750 times 5.
750 times 5 was
Here's 750.
3,750.
Okay, so what was our PITI plus maintenance?
PITI 1319 plus maintenance was the 416, right?
Plus the 250. Remember, PITI is not 1319. Okay, guys, remember, P&I stands for principal and interest, and that's the loan payment. 1319 is the loan payment. Taxes and insurance, PITI, right? Taxes and insurance was the 250, 1319 plus 250. So let's call it 1320 plus 250, right? So we're looking at 1570, right? Plus the maintenance and management, which we're calling what, 4 something?
416.
Okay, so what do we say, 1570?
1570.
Plus 416. What is that number? You want to use a calculator for this.
1570 plus 416, 1,986.
Okay. Multiplied times 1.25.
Times 1.25.
Yeah. That's our qualifying number.
$2,482.50.
If you can rent it out for that number or higher, you get the loan approved.
You got it.
Yeah, this is a deal. So how much are we looking at a profit on this one?
Let's see.
So,
Hang on.
So 1570 out of what was our number again? 30 something, $3,500 bucks?
3750.
3750 minus 15 something. It's like $1,500 right there. But we can only buy, what, 2 of these for our LA number?
What was our down on this one? 55?
Yeah. So just
Yeah, so we can do 2.
Yeah, we can buy 2 of these for our LA number, which means we make about $3,000. We could buy 4 of the other one. So actually, this is coming close to
This looks like
being,
a good deal for
being the
750.
same as buying 4 of the cheaper one. And see, these are all over the place. And remember, Zillow only shows us residential, right? 5 units. This isn't showing us above 5. There's a lot of those too. We could buy 10. See, remember this. As long as you've got the down payment and the property can service itself, you can buy anything you want. Right? You can buy 10 units. You can buy 20. If you have the down payment for 20 units, you can buy 20 units. Because as long as the debt service covers everything, then you don't have to qualify. Okay, now, I think the best deal, however, is, well, not the best. If this was a fixer-upper, it'd be the best deal. Because this is how they approach property value with commercial loans. They base property value on how much it can be rented for. So if you increase the rental, if you increase the quality of the structure, or if you do something that allows you to raise the rents, that immediately bumps your appraisal up and you can take money out of it to buy another one. So like that one, the yellow house, the 5,000 square foot, the 3,300 square foot one, it needs work, right? If you improve it and are able to raise the rent significantly, you can immediately increase property value, and you can immediately pull cash out of it. There we go. So I want you guys to think differently, right? Rather than so let's stop this share. This is something that I like to say. You know, when you're on an airplane, right? When you're in an airplane and you're traveling with your family, let's say you've got like 5 kids, okay? Traveling with your family, you got your wife, your 5 kids, or whatever. You're traveling with a bunch of people you care about. There's people there that are less, that are more helpless than you, right? You're traveling with people you got to take care of. What happens when those masks pop out of the overhead compartments?
I got to put mine on first.
You put yours on first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're trying to put it on them first, you could pass out before getting on all of them, right?
Right.
Okay, put it on yourself first, so that way you help yourself to be able to stay conscious and stay moving, and you can help everybody else. Help yourself first, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to legacy, okay, grow your wealth first. Grow your wealth, because your wealth will enable you to give them something that they can grow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, legacy is more powerful in an education. It's better to leave a little bit of money, a little bit of something behind with a big education, teaching them what to do with it. Because remember, you guys are learning this stuff from me right now at this age, right? This stuff might have been peripheral younger, right? But you didn't really know a lot about this until now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quentin, you're in your 50s. Raymond, you're in your late 30s, right? What
Mm-hmm.
could you have done with this if you were 22 years old and knew that you can create? If you were 18, what if you're 18 and you could set up an LLC and piggyback your or your parents' credit if it was good to make it grow? Remember, $29,000 down payment, $55,000 down payment. Can you pull that from 2 corporate cards? Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can pull off of one of my cards right now.
Hmm.
And when I say pull off of my cards, I just have one of my business partners bill me for a service on it.
Mm-hmm.
Drop my card in for 50 grand right there. There's my down payment. If I wanted to, right? Get a corporate card that gives me 0%. Right? Let's use the cheaper one as an example, right? Take 2 of my cards, pull 50 grand out of 2 cards at 0% interest for 18 months. Up to 18, usually 12 to 18, right? Do you know what the payment is for every $10,000? It's $100 to pay back a 0% card. That's the minimum payment, $100 for every $10,000 you borrow. Okay, I'm not saying that you only pay $100, but I'm saying that's all that they make you pay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can pay more than that if you want, obviously, and you should, right? Just to keep ahead of it, right? Because when the time comes when it turns into full interest, right? What you're gonna do is you're gonna move it to another 0 card. Okay, it's better not to pay that back. So the money you're making from this property, let those 0 cards ride. Let them keep extending out, right? Take that money you're making, and instead of paying it back a 0 interest card, amass it and buy another property, or use it to renovate the current property. Make money with the money.
Increase the value.
Instead of paying back a 0 interest card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying welch on the card. I'm saying pay back what needs to be paid back and keep rolling it over into another card with 0 interest. Keep using somebody else's money. That's the thing, okay? So if you guys were like 18 again, and you can set up LLCs, anchor the credit, okay, build it up, pull it out, you could have bought how many of these things by now? I mean, you guys would be moving into Grant Cardone territory and buying 50, 100 unit places by now.
Mm. True.
I got a friend. I'll bring him on the podcast one day. I'll introduce him. His name is Don. His father set him up. In his father's lifetime, they had a whole bunch of things like this. They had a whole bunch of units, hundreds of units, from what I remember. Okay, they sold them all. I was just talking to Don. I see him like once a year. We were talking about him. He said that before his dad passed away, they sold all the residential units, and they bought commercial properties, true commercial properties.
Oh.
Okay, so right now he receives a whole bunch of money from one of the properties in Chicago. One of his anchor tenants is what's it called? What's the drugs? Like a CVS is his anchor tenant in one of them.
Mm.
He has a bunch of properties like that. He has them in Vegas. He has them in Chicago. Right, that's what his dad left him.
Do you think it's better to do commercial property in LA?
No, they don't have any in LA. That's the thing. They don't because once again, property value too high.
Yeah.
See, when a guy like my friend Don, his father was a big deal in the Filipino community. Really, he had like one of the craziest funerals you've ever seen. My parents are
Uh-huh.
out of the country, so I had to represent our family. My dad and Don's dad were really good friends, and so I had to go. I didn't really spend a lot of time with Don growing up. He's my age, but he went to a different school than me. We lived in the same town, but he went to this private school, and I didn't get to see much of him as a young person. So we weren't friends until later on in life. Um, but I had to represent my parents at the funeral, and I came down, and it was an insane. I mean, like people at the church were asking, "Who was this guy?" Because he had a
Mm,
funeral that you normally see like a mayor getting, like a mayor. It's
mm,
big. It was so crazily well attended. It was insane. Um, but he had a lot. I mean, he had money, like real money. Like my
mm,
uncle's well off, but my uncle's nothing compared to this dude. Okay, and that's what he invested in. He invested in. He started with what he could afford. He was in residential properties. Then eventually they converted all this SFRs and they sold those and bought units instead. Okay, and as time went by, they sold off everything in California. They own nothing here because when they sold the California properties, the amount of money they got. Because remember, California properties are only valuable to you as an investor when you sell them or when you
mhm,
refi them to pull money out. They liquidated California properties and bought in other states where the dollar went further. Like we just showed. I mean, like there is no denying that your investment goes farther in Arkansas than it does here. And Arkansas is a red state. The renters have very little rights in those states. You can get one of those guys out like that.
mhm,
Right? Renter screws with you, just boot them out. Easy. Right? They got no rights in comparison
mm.
to LA. Over here, man, try to evict somebody, it's like an act of God.
6 months.
Yeah.
That person doesn't pay you the entire time. He's stuck inside there. You try any strong arm tactic and they freaking file lawsuits against me. Like, you can't do anything. And while they're there, now they're going into the walls, ripping out your copper plumbing. by the
Yeah.
time, by the time, they've run out of money to pay their lawyer. I mean, like, by the time the protections are up, you go there and they've vacated the dead of night, right? They've taken the glass out of the windows. They've taken everything, right? Not in
Yeah.
Arkansas. In Arkansas, it's the kind of state where, they respect the owners.
They respect business.
Yep. And Section 8's the same there it is here. Government pays for this. So, you know, why even invest? I mean, like, the only reason that I'm talking about buying a 3 or a 4 unit down there in LA right now is because my wife works there. And we're talking about being closer to where she works. Only reason, right? Um, if it wasn't for that factor, I'd bounce. I'd stay up here for now, and then I'd mosey onto a state like that. I have no tie. My ties to California are simply convenience ties. And the second that my wife is more confident in, she has a good job and makes good money, but she's still new at it. The second she's more confident and she's willing to relocate to other places, we're looking at other places.
Mhm.
Because she's lucky. I'm not a person who necessarily advocates for getting a college education. It's not a bad thing, but at the same time, it could cost you a pretty penny. And what you can
Mm.
make from it, generally speaking, dude, if you took your college tuition and instead bought a bunch of these properties, you'll probably make more per year than you would in the job you get from college,
Yeah.
right?
Huh. Never thought about it like that.
See, so I mean, yeah, my wife, my wife's an R. She's a registered nurse. She's an RN. She got her bachelor's and she makes money doing that, right? Um, she's going back for a master's. She'll probably cap out at 300, 350, which is a good amount of money. Now, the thing is that job is in demand all over the country.
Hmm.
So we can go to Arkansas. Yeah, she's not going to make 350 there. She's probably going to make two something. But we're going to go from a mortgage of like $5,000 to like a mortgage of like $1,000. It's pretty crazy, right? And luckily, we're not kids, so we don't care about being in the middle of all the coolest stuff. Like I can kind of see a 20-something-year-old wanting to be in the middle of all the action. I can kind of see it. I can kind of not. If it's within their budget, yes. But I don't want. I can't condone a 20-something-year-old living in the middle of all the action and being broke. You know what I mean? Because I got a 20-something-year-old son, right? And I'm glad I moved out to Palmdale because he had to come out here with us at the time, right?
Mm.
So he was really pissed about being here when he first got here because it's, everything that he knew was over the hill. And like, in LA, he's spending just a ton of money being out and about doing stupid stuff, like, $35 breakfasts, crazy,
Right.
stupid stuff, right? Hanging out with friends constantly, always broke, making good money, but always broke. Then he was forced to come out here. Circumstances changed for him. He had to move back home. And when he moved back home, I moved out here. And so suddenly he was forced to reset his life. So he went to a new industry. Now he's moved up. He's making 80 something a year as a Starbucks store manager now.
Mm.
He actually made that rise pretty quickly.
You can make it quickly. You just gotta not say no.
Yeah, he started at Starbucks in 2022.
Mm.
He got his own store in less than 4 years.
Right.
Company. He plays the politics game pretty well, and he talks a good game, right?
Yeah.
So he's management. So he's making 85 plus there, and because he's out here, he's being forced to think more responsibly. So for a while, he was constantly going over the hill, but now he realized that it takes, instead of being able to jump in a car and be in the middle of the action in minutes, take him an hour plus now. So it's a hassle.
Mm.
So now he's curbing his spending because he's essentially living in a different state.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's looking at things differently because it's like being grounded, right? And it worked out for him because now he's approaching things differently, more responsible, still not where he should be, but he's getting closer. Right? So now he's trying to save up his money to buy a house. Okay, which is great. I mean, it's something that he should be thinking of. He's almost 30. He's 28. So, but he would never have been thinking that way if he was living in LA. He was living in, and actually, even up here, he wasn't thinking that. But now, with what I'm showing you guys, he's finally listening, and he's looking at buying somewhere else. See, but imagine if you pass this knowledge on early, right? Just this knowledge by itself, and a little bit of a boost. If you have great credit, kickstart your kids' credit. Set a company up for them. You can actually set a company up for them now that you can hand to them later.
Mm.
Right? Imagine your kid turns 18. As long as you prepped him, he turns 18, and you hand him this company where he's a board member or he's an executive in the company. For a while, there's training wheels, right? You make it so he can't do transactions without you. You train him up, and so that way he can't do something dumb with it. Right? You got to countersign everything. Okay? But, your kid could be getting your kid could be entering the properties like this in the early 20s, late teens. Right? This is the way to do it. That's what I think. Anyway, so that's wow from what was it? It's not Ultimate Batman. What is it? It's from Absolute Batman to rental properties in Arkansas. What a journey.
Yeah, it was quite a journey, man.
Right? But remember, don't be afraid of gentrification. Be positioned so that you're the guy gentrifying. Right? These things in Arkansas we're seeing, some of these are nice, right? But I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure that Arkansas has crappy parts that are even cheaper than this. I'm sure that there's a 20 unit building somewhere in really bad Arkansas that you can pick up for a song, right? Do a bunch of improvements, gentrify, build up that value, take cash out, buy some more. You know, that area in Rhode Island, in Providence, all those mill buildings, they're probably, okay, so the documentary came out last year, 2025, and they said that big ass high end mall is experiencing a huge downturn. So those mill buildings must be suffering even worse.
Mm.
This is Providence, Rhode Island. This is the Providence Mall. So the buildings around the Providence Mall, I'm sure they're going for a song. You know, you swoop in something like that, you rent it and you put a little bit of money into it and you try to break even on the property. Maybe make a little bit of money. That's the kind of thing where you're going to hold it until real estate values start to go up and then you can take advantage. Like, dude, if I could have bought commercial property in old Pasadena in the early 80s, I mean, like, that's a huge magnitude of profit from 80s until now in those buildings. Like, some of those things were just being used for storage. So if you can establish rental income around the country, you can buy 1800s properties in places like Rhode Island and hold them until you see a resurgence and you can make profit. Because it ain't going to take much. Quentin, have you looked up a mill building in Providence?
Oh man, you know I did.
Share it.
Let me put it on. Hang on.
So when I was seeing this documentary, they were like crazy ass artist lofts, huge. Guys had entire. If you ever seen Wayne's World, Wayne and Garth were renting like this doll factory, something like that. Is this Providence, Rhode Island?
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got?
There's one right here. You got this one right here.
How much?
3,950,000. This one's right here for 1,250,000. There were a couple more down here.
Yeah, but these are newer.
There was an ugly old one. This one.
Click it. That no. See, the ones that I saw were much bigger than this. See, these are just regular commercial buildings. We're talking factories. So what is this?
You want to go back to that one?
Wait, so with this Providence, Rhode Island. Okay, let's see. Executive summary: fully functional, fully equipped, fully low, fully. It's a nightclub. Okay. Has a liquor license, food service license. So this is a turnkey. This is a business. It's being sold as a business. That's why it's so expensive. This is like, see that's why it's so expensive. It's a business. This is a business sale. Go back. See, we want to look up. What is this? This is LoopNet.
Is this one that you saw?
Click on that one. This is more like it. That's a mill building.
How can you chop that up to do what? To make residential or make it more business
Look
or
at
what?
this. It's a full city block, 5 buildings, 3 acres. Full city block development opportunity. Frontage on Allen, Virginia, Chapman, Toronto Avenues. 100,000 square feet.
Dude, you can change that into apartments. Potential uses include apartments, life science, manufacturing, industrial, office, and medical.
Yeah, something like this. This is a major one. This is a major building. Okay, $3 million, 100,000 square feet. So imagine converting this into like you figure, because you have to think of public areas, 100,000. So if you're building them into 800 square foot apartments, what is 100,000 divided by 800?
100,000
divided by 800. Or even 100.
100,000 divided by 100, or
100.
which one?
100,
Divided by
100 units at 1,000 square feet each, which would include hallways. Okay.
1,000.
If this was turned to residential, it's 100 units. Probably more because then like 800 square feet is pretty big. You can actually get 500 square foot. But anyways, let's call it 100 minimum. Okay. So Quentin, bring up an amortization calculator. What's the price?
This one's 3,950,000.
Okay. So bring up amortization calculator. There it is. Use that one on top. So 3.9. Let's call it 4 mil. Yeah, let's call it 3.9. Well, actually, let's call it. What is it?
39.
39.
I think it's 39,550.
Okay. So 39.50 times 20%. No, let's bring up real calculator now.
Calculator.
No, you can. Your computer's a calculator.
Which one you want to do?
So 3,950. 3,950, and add zeros into that. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Times 0.2. $790. Okay, so 3,950 minus 8 essentially. So 3,160,000. So go back to amortization calculator. Don't close this. Just go measure it. So 3,000,000 one something. 3,100,000. Let's call it that. Make it 30 years now. Calculate. Okay, 18,000. Let's call it 25, just to be, because there's a lot. Let's call it 25,000. Okay, at 100 units, right? At 100 units. Wow, at 100 units at 1,000 a month.
100 units at 1,000 units.
Cheap,
That's
right?
100,000.
To have like a loft for $1,000 a month, 1,000 square feet. It's pretty cheap, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. Even cut it in half. $500 a unit.
50,000.
50,000. You're gonna pay like 30 something, dude. That's worth it. That's more than you get for well, no, it's maybe not. How much is our down payment? 790.
790,000.
Divide that by 120.
790,000 divided by 120.
790,000, yeah, by 120.
$6,583.33.
What?
Do it again. What's the numbers?
Bring your calculator up. $790 divided by
790.
790,000 divided by 120,000. Remember, our property in LA costs us a 120 down payment, right?
113.
Price equals.
Okay.
There you go. 113. Where are you getting that from? 6.5.
No, you said the down payment for California. That was the 113.
We brought the 120. Right.
Okay.
6.5. You can buy 6 of the California properties for one of those. Raymond, what do you think? 1,000 square foot loft space in that building. How much you think it would rent for?
1,000 square feet, and
Loft
where?
loft space in the building like that.
In California or
No,
in
in there in Rhode Island.
1,000 square foot, 750.
Probably 750. Like let's call it like because Rhode Island's going to be more expensive to rent in than Arkansas because it's on the
Yeah.
coast,
Oh yeah, true.
right? So let's call it 750. 750 times 100 units. 700. What is that? 750 times 100.
That's 75,000, man.
750
$75,000.
times 100.
$75,000. And it's only going to cost Quentin. Go back to amortization calculator. What was that 18.5?
18,586.
Now go back to the listing. Does it show a potential tax payment? Scroll down.
This-
Full C block. There we go.
You see taxes?
No, I don't yet. I'm trying to see if there is. Doesn't show necessarily. Look at that.
A lot of parking.
You have a bunch of empty land too. Wait, there we go. No, that's just showing. So the property tax is going to be significant. Actually, Quentin.
Here we go. Here we go. Is this it?
No, that's how much that's valued at. That's the valuation. So the assessment for taxes is 3.1. So actually, go open another tab and ask the question: what would property taxes be in Providence, Rhode Island, for a property assessed at $3.1 million?
How much was it?
Actually, let's call it $3,900,000. That's the purchase price. Is that right? Okay, and press enter.
Going with this one?
Tax 40,000. Wait, no.
That was residential.
Commercial property.
So we're going with this one?
136 divided by 12.
136.
About
136,000.
10,005. Let's call it 10,005. Let's just call it 10,005. So
Okay.
go back to amortization calculator. So what's our number? 18,500. 10,005 is 28,000. That's 29,000, right? Plus about let's call it $35,000 a month. Is principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. And how much can be rented out for? 750 unit times 100? 75,000. That's double.
Right.
So you see, now of course it's gonna be more than borrowing 3.1. We're gonna get a construction loan for this. So even if the number, it won't be double, we'll probably get a $1 million on top of this for construction, for something like, because if you're buying it for 3, if you're buying it for 4, you shouldn't put more than half of it in. So let's say you get $2 million in, yeah, you're still good. You'll still clear DSCR on this.
So the ideal is to work your way up to $700,000 to $800,000 and get something bigger.
No. Okay. I've shown all this to you guys now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give yourself some time to establish your companies and build your credit up. Imagine both of you guys get your companies to where mine is right now, or where mine are right now, because I have more than one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Instead of jumping into like a 1 unit or a 2 unit or something like that in Arkansas, right? You can do that, okay? But if you want to, now I would recommend, now you're only going to buy units in Arkansas because you just want to get used to the process, right? But if you're feeling confident, teach this process to a few people you know and trust. Help them build their companies. Okay? Pick people you know and trust who have good credit. Okay? Don't pick people you know and trust that you really want to help who have shitty credit because they're not going to be in a position to help you anytime soon. Of course, you
Right.
share it with them, but don't plan on having them as compatriots in this plan,
Right.
right? Get about 10 people and you can do that 100,000 that $4 million thing right now. Right? Better yet, there's folks like me who are developing their credit, developing company credit that don't know what to do with it. Okay? How many people have I taught this to that you guys have seen? Right? That have started it, but maybe they're not doing exactly everything they should, but they've got it started. They've got decent credit. Okay? They don't know. Get them together. And even if you yourself aren't in that position yet, you can set up the company that will do this, and their investment from their credit in this, with you in charge of it, you can get your share of this without having to put any money into it. Okay? Great example. I'm meeting with one we're not going to mention this because this is going to be broadcast as a podcast, right? But one of the members in our Wednesday group, he is a doctor. He's a doctor. He's an educator, and he relies on me for advice about what to do with his company and help with his taxes every year. I've saved the man a lot of money over the years, right? And him and I are meeting again Wednesday about it, right? Recently sold his property and he's made good money. He needs to mitigate more taxes because he grossed $397,000 in 2025. His goal was to hit 400. He missed it by $3,000. Okay, he's got money, right? A guy like that, and yeah, I helped him set up his company, right? A guy like that, you know who his friends are, what organization they're all in, right?
Yeah.
I can easily get him on board, and with the trust that I've had with him and a few of the other guys, that is an organization, the guy. I mean, we can get a few investors there, and we can do a couple of these right away.
Mm-hmm.
Think that way. What organizations do I know people that are in that have the capacity to jump into this with me? You don't have to do a 5-unit in Arkansas to start. You can jump right into one of these things where you're getting a $4 million purchase, a $1.5 million construction loan on top of it. You can jump right into that, right? And the way you factor it, you get them to invest in shares of a company, and you pay yourself a salary to be in charge of this. Now it's your job to actually be on top of the construction crews. You're not running the crews, you're hiring contractors because you have money to do it from the loan, from the construction loan. You have the money to pay for it, right? You pay yourself a salary to be full-time running that.
Yeah, and just manage the whole situation, make sure it's done.
You collect the commission from going through the deal. Then when the construction is done and it's time to go permanent, well, of course, now you also have to market it. You have to market the rental out there. Of course, you want to do the research on it. We're just doing this is very surface level cursory research that we're doing right now, but we have to find out the rentability there, if it is a good deal or not.
Right. You got to do your research because that's what I was thinking. I was like, how many people are there that you can even rent to?
Quite a few, man. Because remember, there's big pop. The other direction you can go rather than go expensive lofts, you can make them smaller and make it affordable housing. If you make it affordable housing, you could partner up with the city itself, and they can provide you renters.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of directions you can go in. A lot of directions you can go in, but you have to find out what's safest, what has the highest potential for return, what's the risk, and you figure out which way you want to go. Then you pitch it to these investors. Okay, maybe you do a layup in the beginning. Maybe you do the 5-unit in Arkansas with one of these guys, just to get them a taste of profit. Build more trust. Because remember, when you do it this round, they're investing in the company. It's not a loan. They're buying shares. You structure it so they're buying shares. It's not a loan. It's an investment in the company. They're buying shares. They get paid dividends on the profit the company makes. All right, that's the way you structure it. The company doesn't profit, they don't get returns. That's the way it works. Okay? So they're risking it. Okay? But if they trust you, if you get your guys a couple wins in the beginning, then they refer you to some friends, get a couple more people, a bunch of wins, and then you go for the big one. That's the way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But never in California.
Never.
And that the
All
reason
right.
why is it just takes too much capital. That same project, could you imagine how much that project would cost here?
Mm-hmm.
An entire city block.
Minimum of 12
And
million.
that's in Providence. That's in their big city. So that's like an entire city block in LA or Glendale. Can you imagine with 100,000 square feet of property on it? And that's 100,000 square feet of building space. That's not total space. I mean, there's parking there. Dude, you know what you do with the open areas? Like, I would demolish the rear half of the building, and I would put a parking garage. Parking garages make tons of money. Right? See, now, Quentin, isn't this a much better project for $4 million than buying a nightclub for $4 million?
Your nightclub isn't guaranteed. Your rentals are more guaranteed.
Yeah. The thing is this, is like, the nightclub, you're buying the business. See, you're not buying the business here. You're buying the property. So, guys, this is what 2026 holds. I want you guys to look hard at this. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm doing this stuff this year. It's gonna be a combination. It's gonna be a combination of healthy debt that I'm pulling out from my companies to finance this, and some personal capital, because, like I mentioned in another episode, we have way too much liquid capital sitting around as cash in the bank. It's just wasted there. I mean, money in the bank is losing money. You might as well have it stuffed in your mattress.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bunch of money in the bank, you should first off pay off all your debt.
Right.
Okay, there's no point. Pay off high interest debt. Don't pay off no interest debt. Right? Let that ride. Use that. I mean, use what you would have paid it off with to do something else with it. Unless you still don't know what to do with it yet, pay it off. Right? You can always amass that debt again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Pay off that debt. If you want, use that money to put into some corporate banking to be able to increase your credit. Right? Move money through your accounts. That's a way to trigger the bank to give you more company credit. They're not going to get into the details of that, but yes, large movements of money through your account will help your cause in terms of getting company credit. Okay. There's a lot of things you can do to position yourself to be in the right place to take advantage of stuff like that. Now that's Providence. Now that's just a really quick jump. That's the first thing we saw, right? Mm-hmm. But when we really dive into this, we're going to contact boots on the ground realtors that would specialize in commercial and see what kind of niche deals there are out there. Okay, I'm sure there's something better.
Right.
That's the first thing we saw. That's like going for the first girl you see in a club.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it. Right? So all it takes, so that's 790. Okay, 790. Okay. At this point, right now, I can comfortably say that if I was part of this deal, I could comfortably come in with about 450 to 5.
1,000,
100,000.
100,000 or million?
What's that? 100,000.
Million or
1,000.
1,000?
450 to 500,000. I can come in
Okay.
as a partner in this. So to do this, and I mean, if I was to do this, I'd want to go in with a total of 4 people. Each one of us, let's call it 100,000. So each one of us coming with 200 grand. So right now, if I wanted to do this, dude, it'll be like, I can just jump out there and be me, my uncle, my friend Don, and our doctor friend from the group. Right there, boom, we do this.
Mm.
Like between all of us, I know we've got it sitting me like we can all access this within 3 days. If this was a good deal, 3 days we'd write them a cashier's check for $800,000. We'd pay the money to get the study. So there is a study that you do to verify the amount you can rent it for. Okay, so if this thing holds water, we'd have the commercial application filled out, $800,000 in a cashier's check in 3 days, an analysis done in terms of what the rental would be. We do the rental analysis first to make sure that it would be financeable through DSCR. Okay, and then we do an analysis of how much it would cost to refurbish it, and then if all the numbers were there, boom, do it. Probably take about 60 to 90 to close, just because of the nature of the property. The inspections will take forever. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this kind of stuff is out there. So think about it. So what you two guys got to really be thinking of is, how can I get my company credit where it needs to be? What do I need to do to get my personal credit where it needs to be to anchor my company credit?
Mm-hmm.
How can I make this happen sooner rather than later?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you got to do. Okay. Yeah, definitely some food for thought in this episode.
So, where you guys want to go now? Because we did a lot with mortgages. Do y'all want to end it, or y'all want to end on a viral note?
Yeah, I mean, the funny part is that this is impactful stuff, but the internet wants to see us talking about trans people. The internet wants to see us talking about who knows what the internet wants to see us talking about. So let's talk real quick about crap going down in. Let's talk dumpster fire news. The dumpster fire that is the United States right now.
Mm.
So what's going on? I guess Trump's trying to do a deal with Cuba.
I didn't hear about that one.
You didn't hear about that?
No.
Trump, I mean, he's pivoting from everything he's saying. Basically, feelers have been sent out, and it looks like we're ready to do a deal and reopen Cuba to the world.
We should.
I mean, like, dude, actually, it's a baller move, because if Trump makes Cuba into what it used to be, that would really, I mean, could you imagine Cuba being America's playground again?
What is it? What is in Cuba besides vegetables or fruits or something?
Dude, Cuba was in the 50s. Cuba was 40s and 50s. Cuba was America's playland. Cuba was Vegas with beaches.
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever seen The Godfather Part 2?
Yeah.
They were meeting in Cuba. They were in Cuba when the revolution happened, right? So they were sealing the deal.
Okay, I got you.
Sealing the deal. Cuba was casinos. Cuba was nightclubs. Dude, you could fly a short commercial hopper and you're on Epstein's Island. You're on Epstein's Island, man. Right? Rubbing shoulders with Prince Andrew. I mean, that's Cuba. Cuba is, Cuba. Dude, imagine if Sin City was Sin Island. That's Cuba.
Yeah.
See,
until Castro
imagine,
messed everything up.
Dude, imagine Vegas with beaches and tropical weather and freaking like all those mixed race Latino girls.
Does Puerto Rico have casinos?
No, not like Cuba.
Oh man. And then you have cigars. It would have been cracking.
Cuba's badass. Dude, Cuba was the place in the day. Dude, Cuba gave us so many like entertainers too. Like Desi Arnaz Desi Arnaz, his family is Cuban aristocracy. They fled Cuba in Cuba they were like, I wouldn't say they're royal, but like they were a landed gentrified family. Like he was like, the equivalent like a duke in Cuba. He was a big badass. They had money in Cuba. They fled Cuba and came there. I mean, like, Cuba gave us a lot of crap, and then Castro took it all away.
Yeah, I took everything away.
If Cuba comes back, see, there's the problem, though. If Cuba comes back, well, there's all sorts of questions that have to be addressed. Okay? Like, number one, Cuba's broke. Dead broke. Flat dead broke. They're communists. They got squat. Okay? Who's going to rebuild the casinos?
The tariffs.
Cuba can't. Because remember, on all those properties, the country owns them.
Uh-huh.
So it's a communist country shifting back. So what's going to happen is that they're going to probably be like China, kind of. If Trump works out a deal, they're going to have to turn into China, where they allow capitalism, but they have a piece of it, right? So it's like state-run capitalism. So Cuba will own a percentage of all the businesses in Cuba. That's probably what they have to do. Okay, because how can you go from being a communist state to being suddenly not communist? Who owns everything? So basically, Cuba will raise up a crazy amount of money because it will sell shares in every business it has there. Want to buy this casino? Here we go. It's like they own 10%, right? So all the big operators will buy property down there at incredibly good rates, and they'll rebuild Cuba overnight. So
you said overnight?
Dude, Trump will have like the Gaza Strip as the Mediterranean. Like that's the Khan of the Middle East. And then there's Cuba. That'd be, dude, wouldn't that be a badass accomplishment?
Yeah. I mean, he's already accomplished a lot. All right. He's already accomplished a lot. Like it's just at the end of the day, everything that he's accomplished comes with hate. That's all it really is. So
what he's accomplished in two areas, I mean, like, he's accomplished things that are good, and to other people, he's accomplished things that are also bad.
Yeah.
Right. Most of the bad stuff he's done is because they decided to really, really strictly enforce things.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They decided, stop messing around with these people and actually crack down on them.
Right.
Right. And see, people compare him to Hitler. They compare the U.S. and ICE to Nazi Germany. Okay.
Ain't nobody getting killed.
There's a difference. There is a difference.
There's a big difference.
The big difference is this. We're not persecuting these people unjustly.
No.
See, the things that Germany did at that time were false.
Yep. Totally different.
They blamed the Jewish people for everything. And okay, did any of the things they said about, whatever, none of it was true. They seized all their properties. They were there legally.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't acquire these properties illegally. Nothing about what they did broke any laws.
No.
Who are we enforcing against? We're enforcing against illegal immigrants. Regardless if you are a good and honest person or if you're an MS-13 gang member, if you're here illegally, you're here illegally. They're not cracking down on you about because of what you do here.
Mm.
They're cracking down upon you because you are here.
I mean, but the only thing, and like I'm like, because it's, I understand it from both sides. A lot of these people were welcomed here with the last administration. They were given like, okay, so this week, like people are starting to turn on Mandani, right? Because
Ah,
because he has a $12 billion deficit, right? Now, of course, he's going to blame it on the last administration, right? But even that administration didn't want all those illegal immigrants because I remember at one point when they said 12 billion. I remember at one point in time it was at five with just illegal immigrants alone that came over, where it was like pretty much they put all these people in sanctuary cities.
yes.
So I mean, like at the end of the day, like yes, they shouldn't be here, but they shouldn't have been welcomed. Like who thought that that was a
we're not here to talk about how they got here, were they welcomed or not. I mean, the
right,
thing is that the crackdown is because they are here.
right.
All right. Is them being here illegal? Yeah. Right.
It is illegal, and like at the end of the day, we spend a lot of money on that, and we're going bankrupt because of it.
But the point is this. I mean, like, it's one of those scenarios, right? The three of us are all parents, right? And
Mhm.
as parents, what's one of the things that, well, your kids are young, Raymond, but I enforce the my house, my rules policy,
Mhm.
right? And my rules change based on my mood,
Right.
right? If I told you that you can do this now, well, I'm changing that. You're being a dick, so you can't do this now. And
Yeah.
so I'm not going to crack down on you because you just did it because you thought it was okay until now. So the rule going forward from now is you can't do this specific thing, right?
Hmm.
If he doesn't break, so that's fine. So he breaks that law, he broke that law, right? Um,
Uh-huh.
and what I'm enforcing is not unjust. It's just I'm trying to teach a person a lesson that they need to learn for life, right?
Hmm.
So illegal immigrants who were welcomed here on, let's say, they were welcomed here on what like that asylum. They have asylum visas.
Yeah.
Those aren't forever, right? Asylum visas
Hmm.
don't last forever.
Nope.
Okay, the duration of them can change from administration to administration. If the
Right.
program is abolished, well, your visa's gone,
Right.
right? Okay, so that there's a lot of differences between what the argument is that there are some people. So who was it? I think it was Billie Eilish who won a Grammy, and in her acceptance speech stated that nobody is illegal on stolen land. That's what she actually said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah.
is illegal on stolen land. So she's saying that the U.S. stole this land anyway, so no one's illegal. That's her opinion, but that's just an opinion. That's
That's
not
just opinion.
that's not the way things work.
That just not. It's not what it really
Right?
is. It's
My
not.
opinion is
It's not
I'm six
reality.
foot three. Right? I'm 6 foot. I can keep saying that I'm 6'3". I'm 6'3". Does it make it true?
Mm-hmm.
No. Right? Even with a pompadour, I'm not 6'3". Right?
Mm-hmm.
Saying that no one's illegal on stolen land doesn't make it true. Okay?
Yeah, it's just like I made a analogy. Like I can be like, I'm a king. 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 Real in reality, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm
Tell
saying? You can
yourself
feel
that.
however you
Keep
want to
just telling
feel.
yourself that, right?
Yeah.
And so the reality of the U.S. is that the laws are as we make them, and you could end up on the wrong side of it,
Right.
right? Like, great example. I'm a smoker, right?
Hmm.
For the longest time, I could smoke anywhere I wanted. Suddenly, I can't.
No, you cannot
Do I?
put out that
Do
cigarette.
I? Can I say like I should be able to smoke anywhere I want on stolen land?
Yeah.
Right now, let's see how that flies. Why are you arresting me for urinating in public? This is stolen land.
Yeah.
It's like, I really thought that she was 18, but this is stolen land. That's this.
Right.
That's my new excuse.
No
It's on
fly.
selling land.
Sir, do you know how fast you were going? This is stolen land.
Let's see how far you get with that one.
That's my that's
Yeah,
my
you
new
gonna get
response to
the
everything.
Armand. You do that, you gonna get deported.
I
Step
know.
out of the car, son.
Sir, you know how fast you're going? This is stolen land. Everything that you can possibly imagine. It's like you get a call from school. Mr. Mr. Tatum, you know what your daughter did today? This is stolen land.
Stolen land.
So you can say, right? So yeah, I mean, like you can bitch and you can whine all you want, but when it all comes down to it, the law is the law, and if they choose to enforce it, they can. Right, and that's what the issues have been, that they're enforcing it, and they're having a zero tolerance policy for people who are getting in the way.
Right.
It's like they're just. I mean, how often can somebody disrespect you before you basically.
Disrespect will not be tolerated.
Yeah, I mean, how often before you actually do what you can do, right?
Yeah.
You know, these people stopping them from completing their enforcement actions, you know, they're obstructing. I mean, it's obstruction of. I mean, like, you know, if you stop law enforcement from arresting somebody, like, you know, felons are fleeing, and you jump in front of their car to make them stop, right? You could be arrested for that. They can arrest people who are getting in their way. And, you know, in a heightened moment like that, if you make them feel endangered, things can happen. Things can and will happen. Okay? I'm not saying that it's right, but in the moment, if they feel threatened, they may react with force. And if you made them do that, that's your fault. Right? Nobody had to be there doing this. Now, the most recent one, this Preddy guy, I do not know anything about it. All I know is that he was shot and killed. I don't know what he was doing. I do know that he had a firearm. Okay, but from what I know, he was carrying it legally. Okay, but here's the thing. You really don't want to, okay, so people are going to say, but Rittenhouse went to this
Stop comparing other people.
right.
In this situation, he had a gun.
Yeah.
I hate when people do that.
See, here's the thing about Rittenhouse. He had a firearm, but he wasn't there confronting law enforcement.
He wasn't confronting law enforcement. Like everybody tries to compare everything. Like, and it's so stupid. Like, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I just came to this realization that people who create riots and do all this, it's always over the stupidest reasons, and it's never based in fact. Like, it's the same thing with George Floyd. They protested over a fucking person who was a career criminal.
Mm-hmm.
He was a career criminal. He went inside of a store with a fake $20 bill where he should have just left. He got caught by the police and they freaking rioted for months about that. The same thing with this. We're rioting over illegal immigrants. Are you serious? Because two people got shot that shouldn't even be confronting these people?
Shouldn't even been there.
And then it's the same thing with the whole Don Lemon thing. I couldn't believe Don Lemon. You know, Don Lemon got arrested for what he did, which he should have. How are you going to walk into a church that these people have nothing to do with nothing? They're praising God and get in protest because some of them might work for ICE?
That's harassment. I mean,
that's harassment. Like,
up.
And then I couldn't believe his whole, like, he had a whole, they of course they interviewed him afterwards, right? Oh, so why did you do it? And he brought up things that had nothing to do with nothing. Oh, well, you know, Jesus tore up the church, you know, when they were doing wrong. That's because they were doing business in the church. These people were praying, and you, a guy who came in there protesting. That
was like
two different things.
Plus years ago. And if he was doing that today, he'd probably have to get a permit.
Right.
Stolen land.
Did Don Lemon and whoever else was with him, did they have a permit to do this?
No. He tried to say, because, it's on stolen land. I
see,
no. do this.
See, no place will give you a permit to go into private property to harass somebody. Right?
Yes.
I mean, okay, so here's something funny. If he wanted to, he could have gotten a permit with a group of people to stand on public property across the street or on the
In
sidewalk in front of the
protest.
church
That would have
with
been all
signs.
right.
With signs,
That
right?
would have been all right.
Because it's legal. He got a permit, and that's they did. They didn't go in there.
They walked into their service.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the reason why there's a group. Agree with them or disagree with them, they're legal. There's a group of people who show up at funerals being held for gay people, and they have anti-LGBTQ protest signs. Have you ever heard of these guys?
Who's doing
It's
that?
some church. It's some church that does this. So
Mhm.
they it's one of the coldest things possible. Imagine that, like,
The wrong time.
people are burying their loved ones, and then you're across the street with signs like, you deserve to die, right?
Dang. Now that's
What they do.
wild.
They basically
Now that you're not. Now look, I don't agree with that one. As a
No,
church
but
person, you're not
in
supposed to do
terms of
that.
agreeing or disagreeing, is it legal? Yes. The
Is it legal?
reason why no one can arrest them is because they got a permit. They're standing where they should be standing, and they're not like, they're not breaking the law. They're not pushing it.
Bring it along. You may not like it. It may be distasteful.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty cold. I mean, that's pretty cruel. I mean, like that.
It is
That's
super
pretty
cruel,
awful, right?
especially by some from a believer in God. I mean, come on, man.
That's
That's
cold shit.
man. Now that's wild.
But
It's just at the wrong time.
it's
At the
legal.
wrong
Got the
time.
permits. Because, when you're doing something like that, you got to be completely legal. Otherwise, things can get out of hand, right? So they know exactly what to do and what not to do.
Mm.
See, so Don Lemon didn't do that. He didn't get a permit because he went right into the congregation. He could, like, walk into church.
Right into the congregation, man.
Yeah, his ass should have been arrested.
Yeah.
Right? They should have pressed charges against him. That's some criminal trespass action going on. I mean, like,
Yeah.
and
Then
to disrupt prayer like that, that's got to be some sort of hate crime, right?
super. I mean, we're gonna see what happens to him, but people are already trying because there's the biggest. I don't even like call him a preacher. I'll just call him a motivational speaker. His name is Jamal Bryant. He has a mega church in Atlanta. So he to me, that's why I say I don't think he's a pastor. You know what I'm saying? Because everything is racially based. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just they just trying to do. They just coming together just to get motivated. So there was a white guy, right? He walks inside the church. He doesn't walk inside the church. He goes in before service starts, and he's like, it's just a white guy and his wife. His wife is filming. He's standing there, and you guys need to repent. Like, this is what he's saying. Repent for your sins. This is what he's saying, right?
Okay.
Jamal Bryant tried to make it where pretty much like, well, why isn't this guy getting arrested, right? And it was so irritating because it's like, you're a pastor, like you should like, and you're a public figure. You should probably know more about the Don Lemon situation and not just say stuff so ignorantly. Where they break it down why the Don Lemon situation and that situation was totally different. The Don Lemon situation, they walked into the church and intimidated and harassed these people during the service. This white guy walked in before service started, said his piece, and when it was time, when people asked him to leave, because they have security guards at this mega church, he asked him to leave, he left. So thus, that's why it's totally different. The whole thing was you cannot intimidate or harass people because it's called a Mann Act. You can't intimidate or harass people in spaces like that. And it was really made for abortion clinics. You can't intimidate or harass people at an abortion clinic. That's why it's like the Mann Act. That's what the Mann Act is for.
Well, but also, I mean, the simple fact that they went inside is probably violating that. Because with abortion clinics, you can't intimidate, harass. So what they do is, but they can't come onto the property either. Remember, you're not supposed to come onto private property. So the simple fact that they walked into the church is probably not kosher.
No.
So the thing to do is to be I mean, like you got to be off property, um, and not prevent people from going in. So, like with abortion clinics, you can you can be out there giving them stuff, but you can't block their entrance,
No.
right? Even if you're on public, so if you're on public property, you can't block them from going onto private property. You got to
Hmm.
allow them to pass freely. You can't intimidate them, so you can't be screaming, "You're killing your baby."
Yeah.
I mean, it's all there's a lot of nuance involved, right?
Right.
But you know, you, the secret is if you want to do activity like if you want to protest, know exactly how to come up to that line without crossing it.
Hmm.
Right? I think anytime you enter into a church or you enter into private property, you're crossing that line already. You've crossed
Hmm.
that line. You've done something that's not legal. Right? You got so I mean, and I know that it's more impactful if you do, but that's not legal. Right? So I'm here to push legality, right? So just like in other episodes, I said that Epstein's island should have been like Dubai or in Japan
Yeah.
or
It shouldn't
in
have been in the
Yugoslavia
Caribbean.
or something. So I mean, no offense to these countries, right? But it
It
was
shouldn't have been the
illegal,
Illegal.
Car-
right?
It shouldn't have been the Caribbean.
Yeah, or at least
Caribbean.
that country in the Caribbean. Um,
Yeah.
Don Lemon should have not walked into private property and done what he did. He should have
Yeah.
had signs, got a permit, and stood across the street.
Yeah. And then he tried to make it like, oh, I didn't know these people. Like, then why are you with him? And then why, like, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, how
He
many
like,
folks walked into this church?
I don't remember how many. It was a lot though. But the
Really?
whole thing was like like you did it for clout. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Wait,
you
wait.
did
He
it for
didn't know these
clout.
people. What was his excuse? So I thought we were going to Chuck E. Cheese. I got
Man,
onto the wrong tour bus.
he was like, "Hey, we're going to this. We're going to protest for people who work for ICE." Oh, okay. And next thing you know, this was his explanation. It was so stupid. I was really upset at his explanation. We showed up, and it happened to be a church. I didn't know we were going to go inside the church, but we ended up inside the church.
Okay, I got a question for you, Raymond, since you know a little bit about it. How does the church and ICE equate?
No,
Pretty much, they were
members of
trying
the
to say
church.
that members of the church, some of the members, like I'm not going to say the pastor, but like members of the church work for ICE.
Okay.
And to me, like, so what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's why it's so crazy that, and then like the officials of the city and the state are promoting it. You know, like it's like it's just totally wrong to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like that whole, and it's also coming at a time where a lot of these officials are being like they have fraud in that whole state. You know, like I know they have the whole Somalian thing. You know what I'm saying? I hate when they like you get on a whole group of people, but the Somalian community is like under a lot of scrutiny and they're
Yeah.
hot. They're a hot topic right now because they have the one congresswoman where you know I don't know, she the biggest Trump hater out there. We lost Nancy Pelosi, she took Nancy Pelosi's place. But you know what I'm saying, like they're saying that now she's under federal investigation because she was broke when she got here in 2021. Now she's like worth $30 million. Her name is Ilian Omar.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
to that I say, good for her.
hey, I mean, yeah, good for her, but
She
it's like,
found her
man, don't come to
niche.
our country doing wrong
I
like
mean, yeah,
that.
she found her niche. Um, if I was her, I would try to keep it. I'd try to find. I mean, I'd lay low, and
You can't be a congressman and do that
well,
though.
no, I mean, like you made that money as a congressman. I I'd be more careful about what I do as a congressman. I'd try to stay a congressman.
She shouldn't have been hating on Trump and just kept it pushing.
Yeah.
But you want to be the biggest Trump hater out there. Like, I don't know, like I can't kind of came up with like my whole thought process on like protests because like I seen something about the 92 riots
Hmm.
where you know when you really think about it. I mean, of course, there was like it was like it was pretty much like something that was brewing already, but the boiling point shouldn't have been Rodney King getting beat. You know what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't have rioted over that.
But
Like
remember
like
what they rioted about. That was not why they rioted.
uh-huh.
They rioted over the acquittals that came afterwards.
But the thing about it, those cops should have been acquitted.
But here's my point. Okay, does anybody really agree with riots?
No.
See, here's the problem with riots. So both you dudes are black, obviously, right?
Mhm.
Where did the damage happen?
In the hood.
In
Exactly.
their own neighborhood.
Shit is still burnt down to this
See,
day, 30 years
do you
later.
know what riots effectively are? It's like getting
Insurrections?
riots are like getting bad news and trashing your house.
Right.
That's what a riot is. A riot is just a it's just a gigantic community temper tantrum. And riots always destroy the communities of the people who are pissed.
Right.
See, and that's the problem. See, and the thing is this: if riots are never organized. Riots just spontaneously break out, right? Very few times in the U.S. have permits granted for peaceful protests turned into riots.
Right.
Because, when peaceful protests are organized, you get permits in advance. Because if the city sees the potential for craziness, they're going to give you a permit, but they're not going to give you for tomorrow. They're going to say, oh, you can have your permit for next week. They're going to make you wait, right? Just like the thought of making you wait to buy a gun. Okay, if you're angry right now, want to buy a gun, if you make you wait 15 days, by the time you get it, you're gonna like, oh man, what do I want to do with this now, right? It's not as bad as I thought, right? So if LA City Hall is suspecting that a riot could break out, they'll give you a permit for a few days from now. When you gather, if you gather and you go to riot, it's planned.
Right.
It's not a riot anymore. I mean, like that's domestic terrorism.
It's domestic terrorism.
Okay. At which point, when they crack down on you, it's gonna be brutal. Okay, because you planned that shit. Okay.
Right.
So it's like, imagine the Rodney King rioters gathering in Beverly Hills instead of the hood to riot.
Honestly, if you took the drive from the hood to Beverly Hills, the cops were there to stop you at the Beverly Hills.
They wouldn't even got that far.
Number one, they wouldn't have gotten.
We were riding.
Yeah. Number one, no way that they would have been granted the permit. Beverly Hills would never have granted the permit, ever. Number one. So any gathering would have been illegal, right? And the cops would have definitely came together en masse to quash that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Okay. And if they did do that, that would be brutal. Okay. But the simple fact that a spontaneous riot broke out in the hood, and all of a sudden, dude, can you imagine that? Like, you're out there yelling about something you don't agree about, and suddenly you're shaking a car, and all of a sudden it's on its side, and somebody decides to light something on fire, and then somebody breaks a window, and all of a sudden, no, there's a TV. What the hell?
Right.
That's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened.
And
but think about it.
They just trashed their own house.
But just think about it though. It all, like, of course there were things that happened before it, but what sparked it was a guy who got pulled over because he was inebriated, had a criminal record, did not want to go to jail, and decided to flee from the cops. When the cops finally catch him,
this sounds
he
like
resisted.
an Aquaman song.
But still, it's even more to it. He resists arrest.
I remember.
After this, they try to tase him. He's still resisting arrest. You know what they did? They got tired of him and they whooped his ass.
Yep.
And got acquitted. And it sparked a riot to where we're still feeling effects to this day.
Yeah.
That was the stupidest shit of all time.
No, but remember, so you're a bit young for it. I was actually an adult.
I was there.
You were there, but you were still a kid, right?
Yeah.
Remember, I was an adult at this time. One of my employees joined that riot. Okay. Actually, the funny part is he went there to go looting specifically.
Yeah.
Okay. He said
there were a lot of outsiders.
I had to close the mortgage office because all the banks closed. I'm like, we walked in. I'm like, The banks informed me. I got a bunch of, okay, there were faxes back then. I walk in, there's a whole bunch of fax people curled up in little, I mean, picking looking, basically the market's closed. I can't do anything for work today. So I'm sitting there to inform all the agents and the processors who are going to walk in that we're closed for today, go home, because we didn't have cell phones. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and one of my guys walks in. I can say his name. He walks in, and he's dressed differently. And he's like, "Hey, we're closed, right?" I'm like, "Yep." He's like, "Hey, dude," he called from across the room. "Hey, dude, I'm going looting. You got a gun?" Freaking reach in my desk, and I throw it across the room to him.
Be safe. Like, but just think about that though. It's to me like because all right, I saw the George Floyd riots. I did not go out and riot,
No.
and guess what? All of it was dumb. It
Okay,
was
so let's talk
so
about that. Okay, so riots. Okay, so let's pretend riots are happening outside your door right now.
right,
Okay, riots are happening. Okay, you're in private property. Okay, the only risk that you face on private property are the idiots outside rioting.
right.
Okay, no cop is going to get in your face on your private property.
No,
They don't pose a threat to you. The second you get out there on the street with those idiots, they may pose a threat to you because now you're out there. You're actually, I mean, why are you out there? You're one of them. Okay? You're one of the people out there causing civil unrest. Somebody is throwing bottles of liquor with a rag in it, right? Somebody is firing shots in the air. Somebody has turned over a car. Okay? Somebody has rushed a freaking police line and is trying to bash down the riot shields. Okay? Somebody's doing it. They don't know who. You're in the crowd. Okay? They fire rubber bullets at you. Okay. Do you know what we call rubber bullets and sandbag ammo? You know what that's
What?
actually
Lethal.
called?
Non-lethal ammo?
There's a designation for that kind of those kinds of rounds. You know what it's called?
What?
Less than lethal ammunition.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Less than lethal. Okay. It could be lethal. Okay. It could really mess you up.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You can actually, if it hits you just right, you can die from one of these things.
Right.
Take a bean bag or a rubber bullet close enough to the temple, you're in some serious pain. I remember some dude in one of the past riots took a shot into his nuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a shot ricocheted off the ground and like ripped his testicle. Okay? Do you really want to be in a crowd when they're firing rubber bullets and tear gas at it?
No, sir, I'm good.
Okay? These are things they're allowed to use to disperse you. Okay? Do you know what happens when you get hit by a water cannon?
What?
It's fun to
Fall
watch on
down,
TV. You
fly.
see a guy freaking rolling like it hurts, okay? Do you really want to be out there as part of the problem?
No.
Stay inside. Right?
Yeah.
Even if that ride's happening right there, stay inside. Board up your place, protect yourself against the rioters.
Right.
Okay? If you're feeling endangered by the rioters, call the cops on them. The cops are there to protect you. You're a citizen. Okay? But once you step out there into that riot crowd, you're an idiot.
I mean, yeah, because I mean the only thing is like I feel like this generation is just like we're trying to chase the clout of the previous generation. Like the Watts riots, that was some racial shit. You know what I'm saying? That's something where people are really trying to fight for equality. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to fight against pure racism. This day and age, it ain't really like that.
Well, I mean,
It
okay,
really ain't.
so let's rewind to the Watts riots. The simple fact that they're called the Watts riots tells me that they did something wrong.
What?
It should have been the Watts protests.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It should not have. See, I think that. I remember, I am an advocate of following the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
I use the law to protect. I mean, I use tax law in my favor, right? I don't break the law. I follow it to get me what I want, right? Protests should never turn into riots, right? The police should never have to take action against your protest, and they won't if you don't break the law. Okay, don't turn over a car. Don't break any windows. Don't start fires. Right? Don't hurt people. Don't cause property damage. Get your permit, make your signs, right? And peacefully protest your point.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But even like, okay, I'm looking at the Watts riots and like, look, I wasn't there.
Either was I.
I can't truly believe this, right? But it's just like the Rodney King thing. A drunk driver gets pulled over. He resists arrest. His mother comes out. All hell breaks loose. He get hit with a baton. 6 days of rioting follow it, right? Now, the only thing that I can say is back then, racism was way more visible than it is now. A lot of times, I feel like a lot of people are just like racism exists, but I feel like everybody's racist now. It's not like a majority of white people in oppression. You know what I'm saying? Like this seems like more of oppressive. This may just be one of them things like he probably wasn't drunk. He was just driving while black. You know what I'm saying? Which happens. I get it. I've been put over driving while black before. You know what I'm saying? But it's ways that you get out of that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yes, it sucks. Trust me, it sucks. But at the end of the day, you can get out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't go to jail for being black.
Mm-hmm.
However, I still see no reason of tearing up your own neighborhood to prove any point.
No, you don't.
I think protests should stay protests. I mean, like, yes, if something unjust happens, you protest it. You don't riot. See, once the word riot creeps in there, that means that's some form of unlawful activity. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Even in foreign countries. Okay, good example. Like the Philippines had a bunch of revolutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those revolutions weren't violent. They were bloodless revolutions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the people gathered in the streets. The reason they turned into revolutions is because the military joined them.
Right.
Right. It was a complete. It goes so like that wasn't even a riot, right? In the Philippines, we were able to overthrow a government without killing anybody.
Right.
Right. Millions of people taking to the streets with tanks, right? Disrupting the entire country, but nobody damaged anything really. I mean, like there must have been some property damage because of throngs of people. Right. But it was peace. It was a peaceful revolution. They called it the People Power Revolution. It was a peaceful revolution. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. People don't die in our revolutions. So I mean, we don't riot like that.
Right. Because, and that's what I like. These type of riots are like, and I think I want to blame it on people being dumb. Like, it's just really dumb people. But and it's leaderless like revolutions. Like you need a leader that actually calls the shots and goes and moves forward with things. Because like I think I said it like in a couple podcasts before. Like in order to get change, it doesn't come with you just complaining and looting and doing nothing like that. You actually need to go step in somebody's office and holler at them real quick.
Yeah, you gotta take the right. Here's something I do believe though. Okay, now this is gonna get really controversial, right?
Mm.
Who riots?
Dumb people.
No. Okay, let's get really. I mean, let's be blatant, right? Let's talk about the riots that have happened that we know of, right? Okay, These riots are different. These ICE riots are different. This is what's getting weird, right? The ICE riots are really strange compared to all the other riots that have happened in the U.S. in the past 20 years, or even longer, right? What are our famous riots? Watts riots, right? That's super famous. There's even a monument to that, right? Okay, the Rodney King riots. Okay, those are the two big ones, right? The George Floyd riots.
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay, this is gonna get controversial and ugly. These were riots mostly participated in by black folks, right? Because the cause, the thing that they were rioting about happened to black folks, right? But
Right.
okay, that's not really the only reason. That's like a catalyst. But here's the thing: every race of people has a group of them that are idiots.
Yeah.
Okay, there are some idiotic white folks. I'm really idiotic white folks.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I ain't about to blame everything on black
right?
people. Hell no, it's
See,
some
these
man.
riots were carried out by. See, here's the thing: a lot of okay, and maybe not now, but I believe that leaders in the past have felt that something like that had to happen to get attention,
Hmm.
right? Now, a lot of times, leaders of these movements are a different class of the people they're leading.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know much about it, right? But MLK, yeah, like Martin Luther King Jr., right? Did he come from an impoverished background? Was he from the hood, or like by the time he
I
was
don't
leading
think
these
so.
things, by the
I
time
don't
he was
think so.
leading these
I
things,
don't
he
think
was
so.
Dr. King, right?
Right.
He's an uberly educated black man leading a
Mm.
congregation,
Right.
right? Raising money.
Why you doing it?
Now Raymond, you and I have met Jesse Jackson before, right?
Right.
That dude's not bored. That guy's not broke at all.
At all.
Okay, he's got some
Got that paper.
he's got some oomph. You know, that guy's got some oomph, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's their community that's riding, but not within what I would consider their community, right? Because
Hmm.
like somebody that we know, I mean, like a leader in the black community that we know lives in a white community,
Yeah.
right? We're not gonna say the names, okay?
Uh-huh.
They're some of the most active leaders in the black community that we know, and we know where they live, right?
Right.
It's like one of the whitest zip codes in the U.S., one of the
Right.
richest zip codes in the U.S.
Right.
Okay. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made, right? And these are the generals moving pieces around the chessboard, right?
Right.
Would they feel that way if they lived there? I don't know.
Yeah. If a riot broke out in his spot, I don't think he would like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
People running
sometimes
around talking about no
you
justice,
know,
no peace.
sometimes their rhetoric fires you up into making those kinds of moves. And they know that within their communities there are people who are susceptible to these messages and that will do dumb things. And
Right.
they want them to do dumb things because it
Right.
calls attention to the cause, right? And that's the scary part. They're saying, yeah, there's gonna be a whole bunch of damage and some people can die, but it's okay because it's in this spot.
Right.
We can damage this spot.
Yeah. Or even like, like I watched something about Maxine Waters where like, she incites violence. You know what I'm saying? She'll go tell people to go do things that are violent and be like, "Oh no, I didn't mean it like that." But it's like
Yep.
you said that. Though. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't tell these people to picket or to boycott or you'll tell somebody to hit somebody. You know what I'm saying? You'll tell them to do
Yeah.
this. Like that's why I brought up the whole riot thing because she was one of the people like that incited the riot. And then when it was afterwards, it was like, oh, it wasn't that bad. It was just, people, they were just mad. Or you know what I'm saying? She belittled what had actually happened, where it was people took advantage of a lawless situation
Yeah.
to do crime.
Yep.
That's all it really
And she's playing
was.
it down. Now here's the critic. Let's go back to these more recent riots.
Mhm.
So we will say that the George Floyd stuff, the Rodney King stuff, I mean, like a bunch of average to lower than average people being pushed into something that they didn't understand. They're reactionary. So
Right.
the less educated, the more emotional are going to be more reactionary and do things out of just pure anger or spite, whatever. I mean, like, think about it. When's the last time you trashed your own room because you were angry?
No.
No. Why damage your own stuff? And if you did, you probably grabbed something worthless to throw it down for emphasis, right? You didn't grab you didn't grab your PlayStation and throw it on the ground.
No.
If you did break something, you broke something just for emphasis. Oh, look, here's a glass. Boom, right? That's it. But
Right.
but you didn't take a golf club and start just busting everything up, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's talk about the most current riots, the ICE riots.
Mm-hmm.
The ICE riots are dangerous, truly dangerous, because it's dumb white folks doing it. Okay. Now, when's the last time you saw a riot happen in the black community where a black person did what these people did?
It wouldn't happen.
No, like when's the last time like a black guy got in a car and tried to like run away? See, it doesn't happen during riots. It happens in weird like like Rodney King trying to get away, right?
Right.
But he wasn't in a riot situation, right? He just
No.
happened to be. What was he driving drunk?
He was driving drunk.
He was driving drunk,
guy.
just in a random driving drunk thing, right? He wasn't in a volatile situation driving drunk, right?
No.
See,
He didn't want to go back to jail.
unlike the people who have recently died in this Minnesota thing, right? The first one was there intentionally obstructing ICE.
Right.
Somebody from outside the community went there to get in their way.
Purposely.
Would a black person do that?
Nah,
Oh no.
we ain't trying to get in the police way,
Any
man.
brown
Nah,
person?
let the police do what they gotta do.
Because we know what can happen if that happens. You know
Right.
that if you did that, you run the risk of getting shot.
Shot.
Mhm.
And that's universal.
Right.
That's not in a situation like that, obstructing them and then potentially endangering them will get you shot no matter who you are. Unfortunately, they were white and didn't think that would happen. Okay, that's why they did it. Because
Yep.
it's like, oh, it's like I'm a white person, I ain't gonna get shot. Yeah, you get
Yeah.
shot.
That like, why am I gonna protest because you fucked around and found out?
They did exactly what happened, and it's funny that documentary I told you about the secret mall apartment thing.
Mhm.
All 8 artists were very white people, and now they're in their 50s. So they did this from 2003 to 2007,
Mhm.
and they're interviewing them now, and they're saying, it was, we were young, and they admitted that really they probably really did it. They felt they could because of the white privilege going on with them.
Right.
They figured,
White
if I
privilege
get
is
caught, what's the worst
over.
that can happen?
Like, look,
And
white
that
privilege is
works in
over.
certain instances. That
Right.
like, squatting a surplus space in the bowels of a mall. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. That makes sense. White privilege in that case, because when they find you squatting there, the most they're going to do is kick you out and ban you from the mall. Right? They may file a criminal trespass charge against you. That's the most they will ever do. Right? Unless they walk in there and you have a drug den going on. Or they walk in there and you have a bunch of Thai boat people in cages, I mean, or there's stacks of
Giggling.
drugs. I mean, so if they bust in and find a bunch of 20-something white artists with really nasty dreads sleeping in a surplus space, they're just going to kick them out and ban them from the mall. And that's what happened.
Mhm.
When they finally caught the lead guy, they kicked him out. They filed a criminal trespass charge, and he's banned from that mall for life. That's what happened to him. Okay, that would happen. But you don't walk into a riot thinking white privilege. It doesn't apply, right? White privilege doesn't apply when you're potentially threatening law enforcement. It does not apply. I don't care who you are. Okay? You could be a pregnant lady. You can be a pregnant albino white lady. Okay, and if you can potentially hurt them with your vehicle, it's like swimming next to a whale, right? You know that the whale doesn't want to hurt you, but if the whale turns too quickly in one direction, it could hurt you.
Right.
So you're scared of it.
Yeah, but that's you saying that the cop wants to go home. He wants to go home.
Exactly. Why. I mean,
People,
that-
they trying to get these illegal immigrants out of here, and like it does.
You're stopping me
I
from doing
don't.
my job,
You stopping me from doing my
and
job.
you make me feel unsafe.
Yeah,
Right?
and then y'all running up in our hotels. Like, man, white privilege is over. People need to get shot.
See, so these
That's
riots,
what's
that's the
happening.
problem with these riots. They're turning deadly because they're being conducted by people who think they're bulletproof.
Heck no, ain't nobody bulletproof.
Right? That's the
And they blaming Trump for it.
Yeah. And quite
It's
honestly,
Trump's fault.
Don Lemon's like one of the whitest black guys I know.
Yeah, he needed to go to jail. That's
Yeah,
what he did.
that's. I mean, like, come on, get some common sense. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That excuse was like some Karen excuse,
Man,
So he had.
right? So I mean, like,
that's what it is.
that's
And
why
that's
the
why I'm trying to say, like, we're listening to Karens
yeah,
now.
that's why these riots are dangerous. These are truly dangerous riots because of who's conducting them. These are people that they don't have a survival instinct.
No.
That's the problem. They're doing stuff that anybody with a rational survival instinct would know could get them hurt. Right? You know, if they really believe that they could be hurt doing this and that they would be martyrs and they're willing to give up their lives, they should have all recorded statements before they started doing this. I gave up my life in this riot to help Guadalupe and Federico stay in this country, blah, blah. They should have made those statements and they should say, I was willing to give up my life and I'm a martyr and hero to our cause. Right? But they're not going to do that because nobody there expects to die.
No.
But they're doing stuff that is taunting the police to kill them.
Potentially deathly.
Yeah. You know, any one of us with a survival instinct knows that an innocent traffic stop, if we do the wrong thing, could turn into an officer-involved shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My hands don't come off the steering wheel, man.
Even with a white person. Because, you know, if they're nervous about this stop. So let's say, okay, so obviously, if you're some really pretty little meek white lady, it's going to make them feel safer, right? But, dude, if they pull over some hillbilly redneck who's got a rifle in the back of their car, you can see it.
It's the rack.
Right? If there's a rack with a rifle in it, if they can see, or if they see the rack by itself, right?
Where's the gun?
That alerts them. There could be a firearm in this car. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they're going to be lackadaisical about their approach to that vehicle?
No.
They're going to call backup, and two guys are going to come out there on both sides. They're going to be very cautious, and if that dude makes any crazy sudden move, they're going to light him up.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, like if he's Bubba, they're going to do that, right? If they're coming up on a truck with a rack in the back, and Bubba's drunk, it could go really ugly. In fact,
Right.
some of the best shootings I've seen on cops and police have been with drunken Bubbas. Right? I saw one where they pulled over a car, and as it was being pulled over, right, a firearm was flung out the window. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the car pulled over, and then it went again. Then it pulled over and went again. And then when it stopped and the doors opened, it looked like a freaking clown car. So many crackers kept running.
Yep. Yeah, man. Man, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
yeah, I mean that's the thing. So, but these people know, right? That if an innocent traffic stop can turn into an officer-involved shooting, because you did something that made them feel threatened, and because you did something that made them feel threatened, they're probably going to get away with it, right? Because it legitimately felt threatened, right?
mm-hmm.
What is going to happen in a situation where you're actually there obstructing them, right? And then the simple fact that the car is moving next to them makes them feel threatened. Who knows what direction it's going to go in? Okay, so these riots are gonna get deadlier because, dude, it's like what do they say? Like, you know, those of us who drink a lot know that the worst time to go out there is New Year's Eve. And why is that the worst time to be out there?
Because everybody's potentially drunk.
No, because that's when the amateurs are out there.
Oh,
Yeah. The amateurs, and that's when the police is out there too.
Cops out there and the
they're
amateurs.
both out there.
See, the danger is getting hit by these are people who don't know how to drink and drive.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it's ever good, okay? But if you do it enough, you kind of get good at it, okay? Not that it's ever good, but your chances of being in an accident diminish, okay? But those first timers, you do not want to be out there where people who never drink and drive are drinking and driving. Okay, that's terrible. These are people who should never be involved in riots. They have no they have no survival instinct, no idea about self-preservation, and they're just going to get themselves and the people around them shot at. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you bring a firearm as a protester?
No.
No. Okay. That Rittenhouse dude, okay, so we're comparing these things. He was not there as a protester. He went there to support local businesses against the protest. He was armed in case of, and you know, and the fact, and there's a lot of debate whether he should have been there for that either, right?
He shouldn't have been there. I mean, at the end of the day, he ain't no saint.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have been out there. Let security handle that. Let the police handle that. But you know, hey, you got out there.
But there's
You
a
did
thing, though.
something.
If you're out there, and once again, legal, right? He did something that was legal, right? And luckily for him, the people that made him feel threatened, right, weren't law enforcement.
Right. It was people that he needed a gun for.
Yeah. So he's out there. He brought
got
a legal
blow
firearm.
down.
The situation. He felt threatened, and I mean, obviously, he was able to provide whatever compelling evidence he had to make himself to get that across, and he got what he got, right?
Right.
Now,
But see, at the end of the day, just keeping it real, like like whoever got killed, you know what I'm saying? Let them peoples handle that.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, look, he got acquitted. If you still feel some type of way, we're not complaining about it. We shouldn't even riot about it. It shouldn't even be a thing.
yeah,
If y'all feel some way about it, then y'all go handle Kyle.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's how it's really supposed to be. There's no more complaining about that.
Yeah, and you know, a lesson for you people out there: don't threaten. Don't advance on a guy with a gun.
Right.
There's no reason to advance on a guy.
If it's a gun, move away, get away. You know, let them people do what they got to do.
I mean, he don't care. Just don't advance on a guy with a gun. And there are certain states. I mean, like, you know, if you advance on a guy with a gun in Florida, if you make them feel threatened, they don't have to back down. Florida is a what do they call it again?
Stand your ground.
Stand your ground state. Okay. You advance. I mean, if you rush them, they feel threatened. They can stand their ground, and if they really, all they got to do is they have to feel like their life's in danger.
Right.
If you're coming against a guy with a gun with a baseball bat and you will not back down, dude, yeah, he's in danger. If it goes to court, it's a coin toss. Will the guy get away with it? Will he not? Who knows, right?
Right.
But you're not going to be around to find out because he's going to shoot your ass dead.
Right.
Okay? If I had a gun and somebody's come out with a baseball bat, yes, I will shoot them. I really don't feel like getting my arm broken. Or my skull cracked open.
Right.
Can you kill me with a baseball bat? Heck yeah. I can
Hell
use my
yeah.
hands really easily, right? Do I know what you know? Right? No. I mean, you might have the same level of skill as I mean, like, I don't know how dangerous you are. Right? Come at me with a knife. Same thing, right? I can explain that. So now this guy went to a protest as a protester with a firearm. So
Right.
Who's he confronting with the firearm? Who are they protesting? They're protesting federal agents. Why show up to is it legal? Yeah, I think it was. Okay. But from a common sense point of view, yeah, like I said, do what's legal, right? But at the same time, from a common sense point of view, can this cop work it so that he felt threatened by you?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
If he saw the gun, that's enough threat.
So don't go to a protest as a protester with a firearm. I mean, I don't know why that doesn't make sense to some people.
I don't even know why we even having to say that to people, but it's so crazy that you should tell that to people.
So those of you guys planning on protesting in the upcoming days or weeks or months or whatever, you know, number one, you're probably white. Okay. Number two, you're probably anti-Second Amendment. So good for you because you're going to be safe from this next piece of advice.
You're probably anti-America.
Yeah, don't bring a gun, right? Don't bring a gun to one of these things, right? And
Don't
if
bring
you're
no
the kind of
gun,
person
man.
who believes in carrying a firearm, I don't even know why you're at these protests.
Protesting don't work. Go talk to your state and local officials and press them, and y'all try to figure out how y'all can either change or help these laws.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, look, these people are just trying to do their job. This is federal enforcement. It's like it's one of them
Yeah.
things like ICE is never going. We never gonna end ICE. It's just like defund the police.
Yeah.
It
And
was
for those of you
stupid.
guys out there who are saying, man, Raymond's advice is BS because that's going to take forever. Change takes forever.
Yeah,
Okay? Things don't happen overnight.
things don't happen
If you
overnight.
think that change will happen overnight, you are not sane.
Illusion.
You if you think they gonna defund ICE immediately, that's not about to
How
happen.
long did it take for women to be able to vote? Okay? How long did it take for slavery to be abolished in the U.S.?
Right. I'm just about to say that. Like, how long you think that took?
400 plus.
Right?
Man,
I mean, come on. I mean, and
it,
agree
it
with
but
it,
it
agree
but
with it,
it,
or not
it can
agree with it.
happen,
How long did it take for like gay marriage to be legalized?
man. But at the end of the day, you can go and you can make the changes. The only thing is like we gotta be smart about what we're gonna do in the future. What they doing in Minnesota ain't smart, y'all. It's just not. Y'all should not be rioting over those people. Those people, like, they shouldn't have been doing what they was doing, dog.
That stuff doesn't happen in Arkansas.
You know, that stuff don't happen in Arkansas. It, I don't know. We kind of cool right now in LA. It can go down in LA, but I ain't gonna be outside for it.
Yeah. So our message to all those people out there who could potentially riot, especially in LA, dude, it's your neighborhood. Don't mess it up.
Don't mess
Okay.
up.
And don't go into somebody else's neighborhood to mess their neighborhood up either.
Right.
Right? What's the use in that? It
Nothing.
ain't gonna do nothing. Okay. Like in the end, I mean, after did the Rodney King riots do anything? Well, what it did do was scar a community up until today.
Till today.
Okay, not worth it. But actually, you know that some of the dumbest riots are done by white folks.
Well, we seeing it right
Well,
now.
actually, you know the one that I'm remembering is what was it in Canada? Somebody won the Stanley Cup up there, and there was rioting. Dude, Canada. Okay, real quick. Shout out to Canada. You guys can take a joyous event and turn it into property damage. Okay, when you guys riot, it's because you won the Stanley Cup. Okay, we won. Let's ruin our neighborhood. I don't understand that. But I'm okay. Come on, but you guys, that's something that even Americans can't get their heads around. I mean, when's the last time that we won something and jacked up a neighborhood? Right? Everyone's like, "Oh, Dodgers won the World Series. Let's burn the neighborhood." No.
Hell no.
But I
No,
saw footage
that-
of people in Canada after they won. Was it the Stanley Cup or was it I think it was Stanley Cup. People in the streets like jumping up and down, joyful, cars getting turned over.
Right.
You know, that happens in Europe too. For soccer. When certain communities win soccer events. That happens too.
Yeah, like I said, man, it ain't just black people. I ain't no anti-black person. Everybody dumb.
But they do. But there's a strangely happy rioting.
Mhm.
I don't understand happy rioting. That's just crazy.
No.
But yeah. So once again, don't mess up your neighborhoods. If you
Right.
feel like rioting, just figure out how you can get that message out there properly. Do you think that your congressman is actually going to listen to a message delivered in a riot?
No.
All right. It's like getting mad at your spouse, right, and wrecking the house trying to tell them how you feel about things. Do you think that you're really going to get through to your spouse by wrecking your own house? Anything you said in that moment that might have even made sense, they didn't hear it, right? Because you showed yourself to be an idiot.
Yeah.
Right. So there we go. There's our moment. We We're waiting with bated breath to see what happens in Minnesota next. Because, I mean, of all places, Minnesota. Come on, when's the last thing anything happened in Minnesota? Right? So, I mean, Minnesota might as well be Canada. Actually, we're lucky. The wind, that gigantic winter storm's coming, right?
It's cold.
What?
It's gonna get cold there.
If we're lucky, Minnesota will get hit by like 5 feet of snow, and no one's gonna go out. And that'll be the end of that.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Well,
so that takes us to the end of our time, I think. What time are we looking at anyway? Yep.
It's
that takes us
13.
We had a good one. We actually had some serious topics discussed today. We had some business topics discussed in detail. So, guys, did that give you some food for thought about what you can do with your money and when you can do it?
Yep.
I'm ready to roll to Arkansas and check out.
There we go. I think that's the ticket. And there's more states than that. You know, Arkansas is one of a number of landlord-friendly states that have lower levels of income. Okay, that's what you want. Renter-friendly, lower levels of income, lower property values. That's what you want. Okay, so states to avoid: California for sure, right? Texas has some opportunities, but stay out of Washington, stay out of Oregon, right? You want states with lower levels of average income, lower property values, and landlord-friendly laws. You want red states. Okay, there we go. So I'm glad to have been able to give you guys this information tonight. I guess we're signing off. Once again, thanks for joining us. I'm Armand.
Raylo, man.
Tatum over here.
Oh, awesome. We'll see you guys in the next one.